Good evening and welcome in to the AEL University Elite Series here with Marvel Rivals. And it's me, Matzy, coming to you live with Emperor CK.
Hey, that's an
Yay.
awesome time.
That's what we like to see. We're going to have an awesome time with AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. And who else do we need to thank?
We need to thank Indomie, the noodle partner made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au.
That's it. You know our sponsors, and we love them. Much appreciation for Agon by AOC and Indomie there for providing all the support. But, we've got some series on our hands this evening, but we've got teams that we need to look into to see how things have fared. And taking a look right now is the standings. So, on top of things at the moment is UNSW going to be ahead of the pack, taking away a 4 series in their favor. None lost. They're the team to beat. 8 wins there, 1 loss in terms of the games. So they have been beaten in a map, but not a series. So that's going to be really interesting to see if they are going to face a bit of mortality coming into the rest of the season. But obviously, the rest of the pack there, they're looking pretty formidable as well, aren't they, Emp?
Yeah, definitely. You have QUT and UTS trailing right behind. And I think where we saw UTS and QUT definitely shine out from the rest of the pack. They have displayed some parts where it's been a little bit of a struggle and a little bit of a contention where, they haven't seen the best of forms. Going into this week, it'll be very interesting to see how they try to have a little bit of a remix back into contending into the top as well against SW and then followed by RMIT and Monash. I think RMIT is one of the teams that definitely just destroyed everything and expectations. We didn't see them really shine out in the beginning, but the last 2 weeks has definitely just painted RMIT in a different story. I think sometimes they have seen their struggles and definitely had their fair share of it, but definitely one of the teams still really can have the ability to grow up. Monash, on the other hand, I think they had a few rough days here and there where it didn't seem as clean as they should have been playing. Definitely a lot of expectations to see where they can pick up their mistakes and to patch out some of the other issues that they've been having. And then followed by Macquarie, Swinburne, and Dick. When it comes down to it, these 3 teams, they're still pretty much in hot waters right now. I think where Macquarie and Swinburne has definitely picked up their first wins. Deakin has had 4 heartbreaks where they faced up against everyone, a lot of the times they did go very, very well. I feel like, there was definitely something that we could have seen a lot more from Deakin. The desire definitely is there, and the team is very competitive. But as of yet, we are still waiting for that magical number, the win right now. So we'll see if Deakin can pull it ahead.
Yeah, I'm really hopeful for them. I guess across many of the different seasons there, it's always great to see every team be able to take away at least 1 victory. And speaking of Deacon, they are actually going to be in our first matchup of the night. Starting off strong with Macquarie taking on Deacon there. Following suit, it's going to be Monash taking on UTS, and then after that at 9 p.m. it will be RMIT taking on Swinburne. And to close off the evening, we'll see QUT face off against UNSW there. So, very excited to see how that matchup plays out. Whether QUT might be able to get ahead of this one and potentially take UNSW down a notch. But everyone's going to be tested here this evening. It's going to be a night of chaos, to say the least. I'm pretty excited for the chaos, and I'm hopeful that we do see some interesting hero picks come through. Maybe we see the Mr. Fantastic make its way back in again, or maybe we see a Black Widow or something.
I think where Mr. Fantastic, we definitely will see because we have seen a lot of teams that's able to flex it. The Widow, I think we only got 1 Widow out of this whole 4 weeks coming through. So like it will be a little bit of a stretch, but I wouldn't fully discount it just because of all the wild things that we have seen so far. But at 10 p.m., definitely a banger to close out the night between the top two spots. I'm interested to see how 7 p.m. is going to be because Macquarie and Dickey both have the potential to quickly win out the night. It'll be all eyes upon Deakin to see if they can actually pull ahead their first win. Monash against UTS will also be a rather contentious one, but I think there's a lot more favored into the UTS expectations. Their lineup is very strong, and they have faced and clashed against each other. UTS definitely taking the dub over it. And 9 p.m. between RMIT and Swinburne. My mind is still on that victory from RMIT, but I do know Swinburne also has a very good shot coming into tonight, depending on the form that RMIT is going to bring. Sometimes it's just RMIT, they come in, they flash out, they're absolutely amazing, and just it leaves very little to doubt. But then some other nights, RMIT is sort of like, well, we're not all together here, so it will be interesting at 9 p.m.
Oh yeah, I've I've heard some hints about what that series could look like, Emp. I'm pretty excited to see how Kunlun's finest looks there. That's a little hint into the Marvel lore if you're you know interested in that. Yes, I think Emp's got the right idea. So get excited for what could be on its way through into that series there. I think it's going to be pretty awesome, honestly. And yeah, really excited to see how both teams are able to perform heading into that one. I think that there's a lot of hot competition coming through. Like we've seen a lot of our players have been very active in terms of their practice schedules, inside the Elite Series, inside of the all kinds of different games there. But let's take a look at our first game here that is going to be online. It's Macquarie and Deakin. Our first two teams up to the bout, and we're going to see what this one's going to be all about as we are looking to get our way into it very soon.
Yeah, take us in already. We are ready to get this show on the road. And fair enough in regards to how we go into it. But look, representing Macquarie, we have Dashi 250R, Accelerate, Crescent, Diluwood, a Dumb Chicken, and Bot Frag. On the side of Deakin, we have JJ, Chance 04, Bumper Squid, Tau 675, BkWhatOCE, and Hero.
There you go. Great to see all hands on deck here on both sides. Macquarie, Deakin, looking to provide their best, give it their all in this one. And players to watch, well, easy peasy, I'd say. Tashi is definitely one to watch there for Macquarie, especially if they can really activate or engage onto their preferred hero picks there. If you see Star-Lord, you're in trouble. And the Galactic Legend comes swinging in there. Accelerate, one in the same as a plethora of talent, and they're definitely need to see what they can do. But Deakin, who to look out for? JJ. JJ has got to be a league above on the Deakin roster there. We've seen a lot of big power come through from them. I think they have a very powerful Wolverine, if I'm not mistaken. So very curious to see if that's going to be coming out tonight, whether it's going to be a full moon and we'll see the Wolves come out, or could be something else entirely. But definitely excited for the concept of what this series could look like here, because both teams have really been looking to step things up a notch and give it their absolute best. But in terms of little hints on what I was saying before there, Emp, Conlon's finest, I've been seeing some whispers around the Twitter sphere as to what the theme of Season 4 for Marvel Rivals could look like. And I believe that it could potentially end up being themed around Kunlun there. So very keen to see if that's going to become a reality. Obviously nothing is confirmed as yet. However, I'm sure that once Season 3 comes to an end, we will have a pretty good idea of what all that's going to be looking like.
Well, that will be good because when it comes down to our Malay up your face kind of characters, the only one that really stands out at the moment is just Wolverine. Black Panther is still considered very dive heavy into the assassination. I reckon. Look, if Season 4 around the corner is going to have the Kunlun kind of a set, I guess, setting. the biggest important thing is that we need to have a little bit more buff playing around. For the competitive mode, will be a different story. Because I actually think Iron Fist is in a great place already. If we do buff anything else, it's gonna become busted. And it's gonna be an absolute nightmare. Just like what Black Panther is right now. We do have some of our best players in the current Elite Series. Have some of the best things. And yeah, no, I just feel like at the end of the day, it will be good to see some form of a change up or maybe a team up that's not as I would say unuseful in the current state of things in pro play. When you have Iron Fist is sort of equivalent to having pretty much a nonsensical being just by himself doing whatever he wants. Sometimes it's great. Sometimes or most of the time it works out to be some of the worst things that can possibly ruin your game as well. So it will be good to see some changes around there. But yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what comes to fruition there. You know, we'll see how things that play out there. I think what I'm hopeful for heading into this new season is if they do play into the Kunlun theme there, is that potentially, you know, there was a little, I guess, prelude to Iron Fist in the new Eyes of Wakanda series that came out there from Marvel. So very interested to see if the female Iron Fist of the past maybe makes its way into Marvel Rivals as a bit of a legendary costume. You know, I think that would be a pretty cool idea, honestly. Like, there's potential there. You know, I think there's great potential there. And speaking of potential, I did see that what's it called? Marvel Zombies is on its way now. The zombie, when
Oh.
you think about that, you think about the zombie strange skin, right? But
Mm.
if there's more characters kind of playing into that universe there, then we could see some more on the horizon heading towards Halloween, perhaps, you know, because I know that series is coming out towards the later stage of this month now. And to think about that for a second, this month, not last month. So, yeah, I'm pretty keen to see kind of what they can do with it because we've seen obviously before how Marvel Rivals has opted to tap in with some of the cinematic stuff. Like you've seen the Fantastic Four first steps costumes come through there, the team up as well between the Thing and Johnny Storm there or Human Torch. So I think there's great potential for things like that to potentially jump into the mix for Marvel Rivals. So yeah, I'm excited, Imp. You know, I'm pumped up for all these possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, if they can tap into a few more cinematic potentials, can we please backtrack to at least a little bit more, like back
Yeah.
into, back to the Thunderbolts, um,
Ooh.
back to the more Spider Verse as well, so we can get a few more things going. I would like to see potential like the zombie version of Cap, Wanda and stuff. That will be pretty
Yeah.
insane. Those will be like meeting the zombie Marvels, kind of a thing. And I think most importantly is how they're going to be able to cook this one and still make it look nice because I believe Zombie Strange skin is one of the most horrific, if not coolest skin that he does have access to. And when you do, run into it, it's just like, I know what you're thinking. You go to the move.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, I'm looking for a giant tree and some humanoid morons. You seen them? They're kind of my only friends.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Hostile forces incoming.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
boost.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Ace territories.
Yeah, that's a little bit of separation that you have to deal with. You know, there is. So, there is just a really quick apology that our sounds wasn't really there, but we are back. We are ready to play into this one. You know, you don't even notice it because McCory right now definitely putting on a show against Deakin. God of Mischief is here. And it's gonna be the second one coming through. Both sides of Loki is gonna quickly pop this one. They want the cloak and dagger. They want to get this one in. They quickly want to be playing it, but as you see it, whatever you can do, I can do better. And here is Meteor M.
Yeah, here it is. They are definitely trying to take advantage of it here. We'll see. They are going to be able to get something from it. Deacon now take control, swing it into their favor. At long last, it's time to blast in. But JJ on the hunt. Ooh, trying their best to keep Tashi at bay here. Healing's good. Could get a bionic hook if they're adventurous enough. Let's see. They are going to go for it. Slowly trickling that damage in, hunting down this KO. Tashi in big trouble. JJ delivers. But it is going to be traded out. Dance of the Butterfly coming into the Eternal Bond. Everything coming online right now. Will the Meteor hit? No, it will not. So, going to be finding not so much from this, but JJ is still in it.
Oh, it's a shame. As JJ thought there was going to be a clone, but there was just a lamp right here. So, 2 KOs plus Accelerate, they do come in. There's going to be at least a little bit of exchange. More members definitely favoring to the Macquarie side, looking for the recapture. They're desperate, trying to force the side of Deacon away from it. And there we go. Going to the final capture. Then there is no more to be said. So, coming into this one, Macquarie takes on the first one.
That's it. A really solid start to their advancement here. You know, we did see Deacon near that 50% mark, so I was really happy to see that they kept it competitive for as long as they could there, you know, but obviously still put in a bit of a tough spot. You know, they just weren't able to maneuver things the way they liked there, so Deacon had the short end of the stick on that one, but we are going to be into our next round here. Already looking to play into the various team ups here. You can see JJ and Bumper Squid there looking to get into that Gamma Squid team up. So curious how Namor and Hulk will go for Deacon here.
I think we saw this one come out right out of the gates last week, but it wasn't what we expected. It actually had really good performance onto it. I'm looking forward to see what Deacon can quickly get this one out, because while, you know, we've seen, you know, the highs and lows of it, you know, it's not the greatest healer, you know, into the high play, but Tashi takes Bumper Squid down immediately. I believe that was a Pharaoh leap down to their graves. So that's going to be quite interesting coming in here. You don't want to see that on your Hulk. But in the meantime, what can you do? You know, just close your eyes, accept it. The reality of things is, you know, you need your front line, you need something to quickly tank up. Macquarie looking very strong and on point to get this first cap. In the meantime, the Hulk has made it back in, showing that good presence, but just taking a ton of damage here. Actually does find a kill of the Jets here, but this little bit of ult coming in is going to be delaying quite a few more things. I think at the second, yeah, there is going to be a full switch right back. Find that distance, find the backline, and maybe it's just going to find a few more kills. Yeah, Tao and JJ, both gone.
That's it. KOs for days onto this one, so they're going to be able to build up this percentage nice and confidently. We'll see if they can get anything else. A big damage there from Accelerate, you know, just holding the front line here, but all in the same. They do have Captain America sticking it out there. Yes, sticking it back. A Freedom Charge is available, but here we go. Hulk Smash comes online. On a Proteus as well. They're really trying to find something into this one. Eternal Bond into the last stand and the Meteor. And they get the double KO. It's massive impact here. Trying to hunt down the Loki as well. And Chicken desperately forcing their way through. Trying to see if they can get and dive it. But it just ain't happening. So that is going to be all that they can do. Getting into that one. There's still a chance for 1 or 2 more fights though.
The front line right there got separated really quickly, but what do? You have to push through, but then without too much of a support, they're all choked up into the angle. It just makes it so much more difficult. And so Freedom Charge is going to be utilized here, looking to get a little bit more. Dumb Chicken is just hands-on, tunneling at the back line. And they're going to find Hero on that Ensign Inferno. When Loki is down, your front line pretty much has nothing else to do. And they are just going to finish them all. Cleaning it up, missing the barrel leap, but it doesn't matter. Looking to block that entrance as well. He's going to be just fine, but the rest of his team is a complete different story as we are looking to close out this round. I don't know how much we can go with it, but there's at least an OT being triggered.
That's it, OT timer still online. Clovering time coming out from Jets there, but is it going to be able to do anything? They try and charge the mission area, but they can't barge in. Hell's Heaven is locked down for the time being. Macquarie deliver a swift 2-2-0 there on map number 1. So really solid foundation to what this series could look like. Deacon, always so class, or almost so close, rather. They provide a lot of class in their play, but they just aren't able to get it over the line in the first one. Luckily for them, it is a best of 3, though, Amp.
Definitely. I did warn in the beginning, when you do opt to go in to start banning away, you leave Crescent out. And Crescent was, the main part of the success on Macquarie last week on the signature picks. We saw them have a really good Loki both sessions. And I think there was a few toggles here and there to the Ultron. And even then, it's just the current setup that they prepared for tonight. Definitely able to dash in and accelerate to really do whatever they want into the back line, and then a Dumb Chicken to control the pacing has sort of hurt Deacon's way of playing, and I think it'll be a very interesting ban again coming into the face. Like sometimes you can't just stick to your guns and think about it, but then I think. Rather coming into this one, it sort of was a little bit of a disaster where there was no counter to really play against Macquarie.
Yeah, that's right. They didn't really have anything to kind of bring themselves back into the fray there, did they? Like, they definitely gave it a go, but obviously you saw that there was just a lot of power, a lot of potential, honestly, coming out from Wolverine. In particular, I think Wolverine was a really strong pick coming out from the Macquarie side there. They took full advantage of it, and they managed to, just play that game of catch time and time again. Tag, you're it, and then they managed to drag him back into the team there, drag him back into the pit. So definitely a rough, but definitely curious to see what the next pick ban protect phase is going to look like in opposition. Whether we do see things like the Wolverine breakthrough or maybe the Psylocke. It's, all going to be tested there. But our next map is going to be locked in and confirmed. It is Yggdrasil Path on Xguard. So it's convoy time, Emp.
Love a little bit of convoy, but I would say you start dominating, then it's convoy time. You got to really prove that you can do it all. I think in this one, we see a lot of wild mixes coming through onto the pick and the protect phase. I think one of the main problems most of the team is that they over prepare, and when it comes down to it, it's like, oh, my strategy didn't work. What do I do now? I don't really have a set B because set A was played out so much, where we even use our rotational power ups team ups, what we can do, and it just did not work. And now we have to pivot that game once again. Like, do we want to prioritize the Magneto again? Yes, we do. But then, what do we lay out of the gates? In that one, there was a Mantis Protect. They didn't get that Mantis in, right? We thought 100% you're going to be playing to Mantis. There's going to be a Loki. And I think that's something that the rest of Makori was ready to hit up just in case Hashi and Accelerate couldn't get themselves immediately started. And so, DK now, they do have the ability to start, but I'm pretty sure Torch is going to be gone. And the second one's going to be the interesting pick.
Yeah, agreed, because obviously Macquarie, they get the Protect first here. So they can really prioritize one of the picks that they want to hold on to. And it looks like it's Mantis again. So very reminiscent of how the last map played out there. Looking to give a bit of focus around that strategist. And we'll see what they can deliver into this one. I think that there's going to be some potential Luna actually going to be banned out. So no Fate of Both Worlds able to be activated on the opposing side, but Deacon will steal it for themselves. So that's going to be big. I think one thing that Macquarie is going to try and prioritize now would certainly be that Magneto. Anything that can kind of bring any semblance of nullification power towards that strategist there, but still more focus to be had here.
That's gonna be a rough one. We have the Phoenix ban and a Magneto Protect. This gives Macquarie all the power in the world to flex into. Yeah, this is a rather tough one for Dicky to be coming in, because Macquarie, they have a lot of things that they can do now.
That's it. A lot of things that they can do now. A lot of things that they can tap into. And we are going to be tapping into Magneto Town. It's time to bring that Meteor M into the peripheral. And time to see what they are going to be locking out next. Cloak and Dagger. Wow. So taking out the really high priority strategists there, really going to limit their options. Like, they can play Mantis for sure. Jeff, Adam, maybe. Rocket, Loki. Like, it's still openings, but it does limit things a little bit. They can still play Ultron. Yeah. Definitely keen to see what they are going to be able to achieve heading into this one, as we now get the game underway. All the team-ups are locked in. We got Tashi on the Star-Lord, so they are going to mean a business there. Very excited for what's going to be coming out of this one, as we do have lots of fun things ahead. Oh, yeah, we do. But let's see what they do.
Wow.
And we are jumping into it. Let's see what they can do. Getting in into the fray here. Time to start things off. Get ready to rumble. They got a thing to worry about on the top of the mission vehicle. And that thing is JJ. But Crescent and Co. Gonna try and disrupt the flow here. See what they can navigate through this one. Bigger focus up high from Tal here. So close to a KO, but just not going to be able to flow it together. So really big presence, honestly, coming out from Deacon. They're holding down the mission vehicle quite triumphantly. And Macquarie haven't even got much of a push forward done yet. But now they are gaining a little bit of pacing here. It's JJ heftily focuses up the back line, just trying to see if they can rip a hole in. But it is still going to be held back. Honshu comes out there. Not really too much to be found from it. Well, they do find, I guess, a way forward, because they've forced their opponents back quite far, and now forcing them back even more so. Like, Tashi is going down, looking to see if they can take anyone else out of this one. The portal would be on its way through as well here, so very excited to see what these teams are going to be able to do. Here we go.
We see a little bit more of a insertion coming in because Tao is down. And he's confident of both roles. That Meteor Amp desperate looking to get this one in. Ahead of Koshi. Oh no, this is the Omega Hurricane looking to get a little bit more. That's what we thought it was going to be a different kind of a play into this one. You do see the full response as Tashi goes down. Hikadu's looking to get a little bit more power. Dumb Chicken totally marking the opposite bumper squid. That is a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, looks like big problems are being built up, honestly, but Psionic's deduction comes out into the Soul Resurgence there, so Delulu trying to nullify JJ's impact. JJ still alive and contesting on the mission vehicle here, but all the meanwhile, their teammates are getting wiped out one after the other. The KOs are coming in droves, and JJ will eventually join them. So it is going to be a tough endeavor to try and contest the mission vehicle here. So they may have to go second innings in towards the next checkpoint instead.
Okay, well, you know, what can you do in this situation? You're just gonna have to deal with it. I will say, you know, it's a huge time to be gathered around. And I believe, you know, this is one of those corners that you can do rather badly about, and that is a ton of damage just quickly to contest JJ. Now you saw him trying to get the off angle, trying to maybe get something angle going through. But here comes a hand of Konshu, the classic meme of the move that's getting in. But there's 3 quick kills coming in, and I don't know what else you can do on the side of Wakori at this second, because Dicking, they do have that little bit of extra advantage.
They sure do, and they're looking to see if they can build that advantage up one step further as well. They are holding on steady into the back line here, ready to prime themselves for activation, ready to cause devastation. Tashi already goes down, looking to see if they can catch anyone else. Ayabagamoto comes through. Chad's going to be able to take advantage with the Maelstrom there, doubling down onto the Quadra KO. JJ able to find one back as well. So big destabilization being built up and locked down by the Deacon side here.
Yeah, at this stage, you know, while they were able to capture that first point, this second point has been a little bit of a disaster. I'm not sure if they want to continue using the same kind of setup. Here comes Rage of Ultra onto the top. There's going to be a little bit of a buff coming in. They do want to nullify it. A Galactic Legend on the side, trying to absorb it. There's the Meteor Amp. Not really too much to be done, but there's going to be the trade. Tashi finding the kills one after another. Looking to just back up, don't want to really overextend. Knows that this situation is a rather precarious one. Here comes the boundary. They do want to just make sure to slow this one down. But how can you slow anything down when a cap is just charging you?
That's going to be the big test, isn't it? You know, Cap, their job is to be a major thorn in the side of our attackers or defenders there, and they're doing a great job. You know, they always get up in your face, don't allow you to play onto the mission vehicle the way you'd like there, and could get even worse with the Soul Resurgence activated for Delulu there, as already Tal has been KO'd out. Crescent trying to fight JJ here. JJ already taking a bit of damage and he's in big trouble here, but at least they're fulfilling their own job well. Well, not for very long, are they? And they're getting closer and closer to the next checkpoint by the second.
Yeah, this is a bit of a deal here where, you know, you saw Deacon really do well, but then one stagger death is all it took. And now trying to make it out through into the hole. Exceller is already waiting for the comic revival just in case. You're going to give Tashi all the spotlight to try to get as much DPS as possible. Here comes the seduction, trying to maybe find something through. Boundary onto the side for the backup. Right now, they're not really worried. You know, no KOs has got a through. Crescent is quite happy to be holding back as of now. Here comes Rage of Ultra, a little bit of problem as the backline all of a sudden falls to the side of Wakori.
That's it. The backline are going to be ripped up here. So, does give a little bit of potential, but still not much time left available here. Worry. Try as they not might here. You have still absolute a ton of issues to deal with, and certainly are going to be more unless they can get another KO or two through here. JJ's down, the opening's there, and they lock it in for 2. Well done.
Oh boy, there's a few more KOs that shouldn't have really gone through, but due to the positioning and Macquarie, I feel like Accelerate played that one really well. You know, he was playing the secret agent. He says, don't worry guys, you know, my recovery for above is going to be elite. You know, while they have absorbed it, you know, it's just, there's so much resources being pumped on the side of Deaking where they try to support it, and just right after that, they were forced into it. And so the Butterfly with Meteor M, I think that Meteor M went and caught him to the cabin feeling, so nothing is going to happen. This Fate of Both Rails is just going to be used to see what they can secure to delay. But ultimately, you know, they put so much into this play where BkWhatOCE has fallen, a dumb chicken also the exchange, but it's still not the greatest outcome.
No, it really isn't, is it? And losing members like JJ at this critical point in the game here is only going to hurt you. So, Deacon to lock in as soon as possible. They've lost a Vanguard and Strategist. You know, anything they do now is just staggering back on to the point here. But Meteor M will not find success. So, Deacon might have more hope yet. They try their best to just pump up the damage numbers here. Really trickle through whatever they can at this point. And here we go. Freedom Charge comes in. Ductile's online as well. Everything is going to be locked and loaded here. Captain America doing their very best just to be an annoyance. Some kind of a nuisance here. Accelerate. Bit of trouble. Just fall back there. And they will be able push their way up for the second, but accelerates down. Dance to the Butterfly comes out. JJ not close enough there. Can't get the impact out of it. Crescent now bringing up the Strange Portal as well. Trying to contest the mission vehicle here as long as they possibly can until the teammate comes online. Here we go. Slowly but certainly they are trickling in, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get from the game, especially if they are going down like this. KO after KO. JJ says no, and that will be that.
Okay, at least it wasn't a cap, so, you know, they'll take it. I have to say, you know, Deaking was doing quite well before, but I felt like they could have just stuck to their guns to begin with, and you would have done much better. Where, you know, in the end, it took all the time in the world for them to finally get back onto the magic pick, to have the full support where they can dive straight to the backline, where the backline, it's not the greatest of tools when it comes down to defense. You know, you have the lamp being put down, you have a little bit of a sleep, but then right after, what else do you do? Loki, sure, you switch position once, but that magic can follow her just as well. But we'll see if that's going to be a problem coming in from Deaking to make this even more competitive. JJ currently flexing the Punisher, which I think is going to be good. It's actually something that, you know, I feel like a lot of teams doesn't really play back into anymore, where the consistent DPS is being overshadowed by the current Phoenix, and that's fine. Like, in all honesty, I think that is going to be a good change here and there because it gives that flexibility. But at the same time, you know, Punisher, when used correctly, is just so devastating, especially in a team game, right? You don't think that he's got the greatest tools because he's just so heavy into a character. But when you do have it and play well with a good synergy, he's just too good.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there, Imp. You know, just able to pump it down that traditional damage there. And JJ already focused up to the skies, you know, not keeping things so grounded. They want to shut down Accelerate as well, because if you leave some of these heroes with too much freedom of space, they're just going to free farm your whole team pretty much. And already they've taken down Magneto, so that would have been one of the biggest deciding factors there, how things go down. But they are going to have to fight on a bit longer, fight a bit harder if they want to make any change.
Yeah, Magneto going out really early definitely is going to hurt Macquarie. You don't want your team to be down. Dumb Chicken's also down right now. This gives tons of pushing power onto the side of the team. They have to respect this, as Diluwu and Tashi, they are both down as well. You know, it's just devastating. Barbara Squid is going to get punished for a little bit of extension. They have to acknowledge that while this is going to be something that they got as early advantage, they can't just give it away for free. JJ, meanwhile, does make a count, finds a nice kill here. You can see Tashi trying to flex into the backline, trying to maybe find JJ's. But it's not the same thing, as boundary is going to be used. There is going to be a little bit more to do with down once again. And it's just going to be that consistency that is guarding Deacon.
That's it. Galactic Legend coming online for Tashi as well. Going to be able to take down one KO there. Looking to see if they can get more. They will be able to double into a triple KO coming through for Tashi right now. Let's see if they can go over lucky number 4. Yeah, they will. It's the Tashi show, everybody. And they clean up on Yggdrasil path.
And we're going to have to force it. One of those things, now that we know that Strange Portal is not going to be online anymore, the side of Deacon still has plenty of room to be testing. I got to be careful. Off angle, one full click can be super devastating. Don't want to be losing your Storm into a coil here. So here comes the Omega Hurricane. Ash is going to get punished. Rightfully so. Here comes the Storm. And he's looking to wreak havoc. Almost dying in the whole thing as well. Rage of Ultron looking to get their own teammates. Meteor M, they are looking at identifying, maybe getting a solo into it. But that solo bolo is only going to be able to deliver. And that is a huge ult, trying to find as much as they can, but it has zero value because the rest of his team is not here to do the DPS.
That's it. The damage is not going to be dealt there, but what is going to be dealt is the capture towards the mission area there. So first checkpoint is ticked off. Onwards and upwards towards the next one, I suppose, but very eager to see how this next push is going to fare, you know, whether they are going to have a confident road ahead of them, pushing their way towards the next one, as typically you'd see a lot of teams play this first choke point here, but otherwise they might have just fully fallen back in towards that next corner there. As you can see, you know, they're holding from that corner, trying their best to maintain ground, but they're giving Deacon so much space here. Oh, but it could get even bigger in a second. Final Judgment's out. Oh, they shut it down immediately. That's such a big KO coming through.
Yeah, I think it was just the world's quickest Meteor Amp. As soon as they identified, they said, you know, we need something to get rid of this Punisher immediately. You know, don't want to be dealing with anything else. And I think that this little bit of destroyment coming in from Deacon also was an issue. They didn't really protect Punisher coming through. And so here comes the problem, right? This is exactly the same kind of problem that Macquarie had in the beginning. The second point, right onto the car corner, and because of stagger, the rest of Deacon, they had no choice but to stay within the swarm to just ensure no one staggers anymore further. In the meantime, haven't really thought about what they want to flex into. But this angle from Ashi is devastating. He's looking at the legends onto the back, and he's going to force immediate response back in. And this could be a bit of a problem later.
Agreed, it could be a big problem later. You know, we'll see how it plays out for them. They hold back for a second here. Gonna wait things out. Still got plenty of time to hold on to this one as well. They don't have to full commit here. You know, there's definitely room for flexibility, but they are doing a good job holding things for the moment. Freedom Charge comes out from a dumb chicken here. Great of both worlds as well, so it's going to nullify any of that damage. Turn it into healing there. And here comes the Hurricane, the Omega Hurricane, right onto the back line. They rip it up. Dumb chicken's down there, trying to seek out more KOs as well. They're so close by. They can feel it. They will find Tashi, I believe. No one's getting the KO today.
They don't really get a chance to dive into the Star-Lord that's just floating around. Meanwhile, they are more interested to quickly fire it up into the convoy. Really get that devastation through. And you can see it, you know, some chickens trying to dance around, trying to get the jump. There is a little bit of destroying here and there, but that's going to be just fine. But that punishment with the tail, for flying just a little bit too high away from his team, is going to hurt him. That Rage of Ultron also looking to pick up some more kills. There's the full denial. They are going to send them all back into the graveyard. And I can't really fault them for it, because as I did say in the beginning, you know, if you are going to be dumping your ults in the beginning just for one, so pick the price of one, or even just as that into the attacker, it's not the greatest thing, right? You need to keep as much value as you can to hold on to it, and then maybe you can find an edge coming into it. But the defenders, they fall, they come back, they're still going to be in a great contest. Galactic Legend here is going to get a little bit of a deny with the Sonic Seduction. But in the meantime, Ched's opening up a little bit more room at the front.
That's it, open wide. They are going to try and glide past here. Push the mission vehicle one a step closer. They force them back. Oh, what a big KO onto the Vanguard there. That's going to limit their frontline potential here. They need to figure something out. Otherwise, they go next. But here we go. Kraken Impact coming out here. JJ trying to get them. Does find Delulu. Looking for many, many more as well. See if they can get them over the edge here. The OT is doing leaps and bounds to try and keep them in this game. Keep them on a while longer, but Freedom Charge keeps them in, and the Meteor Ammo keeps them out. Big KO coming on to Pikadudes there. JJ falling down as well. Bumper Squid able to find the trade. Ooh, Galactic Legend coming out though. Big damage. It's perfect. A Crescent locking in with the Duelist Ultimate. And that is going to be time, my man. They have done it, Imp. A successful hold.
That is actually a little bit insanity. Once again, you know, it's that Crescent final play where the rest of his team was trying to make it out of the hole one by one. You can see Crescent holding onto that fortitude, you know, definitely delivering all cylinders. Tashi, meanwhile, is definitely the MVP here, deserved with that consistent DPS, just finding all these opportunities to pop the Galactic Legend. He forced Deacon to overcommit in the beginning, and then right after that, you know, there was just too much of a stagger. There wasn't enough of a response, and even when the whole team died, you know, Tashi, 41 kills, 41-10-1. Yeah, this man was on fire.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Imp. You know, really insane to see 41 KOs coming through there. Wow. That is incredible. It goes to show how much impact they made for their team. But I mean, they weren't even the player with the most KOs in the server. That was Cheds on the opposing team. The Emma Frost did the most. They managed to get a 42 KOs there with 22 final hits. So it was a battle between the Vanguard and the Duelist there. Just insane to see, you know, the differences between the rosters here, and very excited to see how things progress coming deeper into the mix here. But what a way that that series got played out. You know, you could tell the teams were locked in and really giving it their absolute best.
Yeah, that was pretty sick play coming in. I did say in the beginning, you know, Deacon has had a few heartbreaks, and I think today's going to add into the further breaking and the shattering. It's not like they played bad, but you feel like, you know, they were starting to sway away from the traditional opener where they came in very strong magic play, very strong melee. But, you know, onto tonight where they said, okay, you know what, we're not really going to pull up any of those until the end, which they were able to at least defend away from full capture. But then, you know, as soon as they brought in the Storm into the mix with that team up, I felt like there was still a little bit of things missing here and there. So it didn't feel like it was the greatest kind of synergy they were looking for. Definitely had the right idea, but in the meantime, you know, Makori, it was just their way of saying we're ready to play. You know, we've done our research, we've done what we want to do, and we've had the upper hand ever since the pick and protect, and that really just played into how it resulted in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, every little thing made them take steps towards their overall success there. You could tell that they were searching far and wide for their victory condition there. And in this instance, Macquarie were able to get there. And, you know, there's no discredit towards Deacon. Like, they looked like they were switching on. They were getting really close, honestly, towards the later stages there. I thought that we could see it potentially move its way all the way through to the final checkpoint, as a matter of fact. But really great result from Macquarie there in order to hold it down and really give it their all. You know, you could tell that they played exceptionally well, and I'm sure that we're going to hear all about it right now because we got Accelerate!
Hey everyone, how are you all doing?
Hello! Fantastic, mate. Even better now that you're here. Really great game coming out from you and the squadron there. You know, I was talking about highlight players, you and Tashi for your squad, and look, here you are. So
Yeah.
great to have you on board. But yeah, coming into that series, I guess, what was the big focus from you guys heading into the draft phase there? Because it felt like it was pretty similar across both maps. Like there was big focus around that Mantis. So what was going through your head there coming into that?
I think as like of season 2, like tempo comp has just like really been good. Like that triple support with Mantis, Ultron. Like you just play for your tempo every single fight, especially on like push maps. It like every map, honestly, not even just push maps. Dom, it's really good in. Like even like Star-Lord is just like so good now with his overshot. I think Tashi talked about it last interview he did, how like oppressive Star-Lord can be now that he gets that plus 25 overshield. But like playing for tempo is really important, especially when you have characters on support that builds fast ult, since really the game is all about who builds their support ults faster now instead of like winning games off like DPS ults and stuff. It's literally like a support ult game, I think.
Yeah. On map number 2, it's there was here and there when it comes down to moments, and there was a bit of a struggle when it came down to point 2. But then we also saw your position with your Adam, and then positioning yourself for the revival. Was that something that you had in the mix? You was confident that you were able to play a little bit of a sneak coming in.
Yeah, I think the Adam like it's always a com to like play for your res. You know what I mean? Like you just waste a bunch of resources before that happens, and like you play for a res, you get 6 people back, and you just win a fight. Like it's just like you just full roll.
That's it. Just keep rolling on. Love to see it. And I guess thinking more expansively of the game as a whole, season 3 is almost at its conclusion. What's a big change you'd like to see for Rivals heading into season 4?
I think more focusing on changing like different heroes, not changing different heroes, but like adding more to different classes. We're just getting DPSs, man. So, I don't know. I just think it's really boring adding like 5 DPSs every 3 seasons. I just want to see like more tanks, more supports, because we don't really have many of them.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, honestly. I think it'd be great to see some more Vanguards come through, like Thanos or something else. Who knows what they got cooking up, but I'm excited to see what the reality will look like when we get there. But once again, big congrats to you and the team, for taking away the win tonight. We really appreciate you coming on board for the interview as well, Accelerate. You're always killing it in and out of the server there. I see you streaming away. Doing a great job, so keep up the good work.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thank you. There you go. It's great to get Accelerate on board there for the interview. Always good to have good vibes from them, and good to see some insights into how they're feeling about the game. I think it's important to ask these kinds of questions heading towards the end of the season to see where players' heads are at. And yeah, I hope that the developer takes player feedback on board as well heading into the new season. But whilst we get things prepped up for our next series, everybody, we are going to head to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here for Marvel Rivals. It's Matzi and Eprazike coming here live once again. And what an amazing day we've had so far. You know, kicking off with a banger of a series between Macquarie and Deacon. And again, you know, Deacon so close, yet so far. I just feel like they're on the edge of a victory, and it's a tough tale to follow, you know, but I'm confident that maybe in the next chapter they'll get there. But, you know, speaking of next chapters, there's the next chapter of this broadcast as we have our next game, Monash taking on UTS.
Here we go. This is the one that we've been thinking about. Monash representing is going to be Genzo, Walsh, Joji, Student, Dixon 99, and Fioven. On the side of UTS, we have Florente, Milk, Mickey, Anthony, Jisuni, and Gas OCE. I feel like this is one of those clashes between, you know, the teams where they show up to play and they say, either we're going to go out with a bang or we're going to show you some fireworks first and then go out with a bang. So we will see what's going to happen between Monash and UTS.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to be going down between those two squadrons. You know, I think that they're both looking to give a confident approach into the game here. I'm very excited to see what they are going to be able to achieve. And I think that, yeah, it's going to be a great game. You know, we've seen a lot of great potential coming out from both of these rosters in the past. And I reckon it's going to happen all over again when we do get into the series here. So, especially excited for what is it going to be on the line once our players are online?
Oh, coming into it, like, I can already predict some of the bands right now, you know? I think, yeah, I mean, like, you know, let's think about it, right? Because we're going back to the Hellfire. And then on top of the Captain America, definitely is going to be on top of the band list. I feel like there's going to be some areas here and there where we might also hover between the Ultron band. We might have a man. It's hard to predict because there's so many good DPS flex picks coming in from both sides. Where we're seeing Spider-Man wreak havoc, we've seen the Star-Lord, we've seen the Phoenix, we've seen you know, the Bucky. I'm not sure how both sides want to be playing it, whether they want to ban the traditionalist Vanguard versus the DPS. So this first one is going to be quite interesting. It could just be that they can mutually shake on the torch. It could also be, nah, we're going to just immediately ban out. Yeah, there it is. There's the Capcan coming in. Full target at Monash. And yep, that's going to be an issue.
I think the torch ban is one of the same because you saw that Anthony is hovering over the Human Torch there. And clearly a very targeted ban to come through. But we'll see if there's going to be even better bans coming over the top there. It is Psylocke locked out. So higher mobility duelists are going to be taken off the board there, but what is online is the Fate of Both Worlds all over again. So keen to see what's next on the chopping block here. Loki is being hovered but hasn't been locked yet.
I think this is one of those moments that if you want to be making a statement, you definitely can. And so the Loki being banned away here, it's also one of those issues that where you don't want to be dealing with, and so both sides is going to be thinking, all right, we don't want to be dealing with Loki. The extension of the fight is too much of a problem. The torch into the reverse means that this is just an agreement that you know, where this is not the priority, but it is there and threatens way too much. Cloak and Dagger being protected is great, but also that means UTS can pretty much do the same thing, ban away the front line and then also protect their own cloak. That could be the final play here, but you know, at this stage we are still having plenty of open heroes here. So you know, we do have the Bucky, the Black Panther. Everything is still pretty much alive and online on the side of Monash, and it'll be interesting to see what they want to get into the final ban as well.
Looks like the protector could be the might of Phoenix. No, it's going to be Magneto. So, a big impact coming out of that one, especially with Luna's on deck. You want to get rid of it. And it looks like Ultron actually going to be gotten rid of here. So definitely, I can see the sense behind it, especially considering, yeah, what they can do with that. And good to see. They've got a bit of potential there. But you know what? Speaking of potential, Spider-Man from Jaisuni and Joji on the BP high mobility duelists. Oh, it's going to go down on this map. I'm so excited, Emp. Dixon 99 on the Star-Lord. Oh, yeah, it's all coming together, Emp. This is going to be fun.
Oh, boy. This is, yeah. This is one of those things where you can't really ban one side out. So WotOCE with a Thor pick here, this is, to me, it's all problems, right? Because while UTS, they do have a more traditional setup and they can be playing quite well. I fear that they are not going to be predicting this full Thor into the beginning. And I thought we will have that solo, you know, just to play around with Joji to finish us off the back really quickly. It makes that, you know, really unplayable, but no, we're not going to be getting it. So it's just going to be Joji pretty much diving in with WotOCE, looking to, you know, pretty much cramp up that front line. Maybe that's something that they're thinking about, because it's not the same thing as a cap, but you will do pretty much the same job. And the opening, you love to see it. Here comes Mickey looking at that backline, dives immediately in, and they are gonna find Student. And all of a sudden, they pull the Uno reverse card, and they have found 3 AOs.
That's it. They're locking it down. A UTS. Major focus there. They will catch Genzo on the fadeaway as well. So solid way to stagger out those KOs. They can establish some really good presence into this one. I'm very eager to see what else they are going to be able to bring up here. They're also charging up rather nicely as well. I think WotOCE is the leader of the pack alongside Fuente for now, but that's going to change very quickly. I'm certain of that. But speaking of certainty, I'm certain there's going to be a fight on the mission area right now. Big catch coming over the top there. No one going to be knocked down just yet. Ooh, bionic hook. Does get a bit of damage, but oh, there it is. Joji locks it down. Dixon 99 online as well. And here's the invisible boundary, but Kraken Impact is on track.
I'm not sure if he's gonna, yeah, he's gonna have to wait a little bit. And they wanted to kill that Phoenix here. Anthony's gonna at least find a kill here. But yeah, in the meantime, you can see WotOCE trying to maybe get a little bit of a clear. Nikki too slippery for it. He's able to dive away until the Wolverine comes back. In the meantime, they're gonna find a little bit more. That was a little bit unexpected. UTS did come out and poke their head out just for a little bit, and they lost both tanks in the second. And so they have no choice but to also wait a little bit more. Monash showing that when you give them just a little bit more of an opportunity, they will adjust to the surprise they've set up. It was a half wall also ready to go. Plenty in the tank. In the meantime, though, Milkfuse does find a KO on 699.
That's it. We'll see what they are going to be able to do. God of Thunder comes out. WotOCE going to be able to lock down the KO on a Fuente there. Student also Eternal Bond, keeping them online on the mission area here. Good to find some backtracking, flanking presence as well, though. But here we go. Fate of both worlds. And locked in for Fioven as well. Genzo could nullify it, but they're not going to. Considering that Monash activated their Fate of both worlds later, they actually have a bit of an advantage into this. But speaking of a Kraken Impact, locked in. Spectacular spin, locked in. Jaisuni finds the triple down there. Onwards 4-5. Jaisuni is going crazy. Look at that dance. They're styling on it.
Oh yeah, dude, the Maguire right there. That's the way to do it. Rocking the Future Foundation costume as well. We want to see it. We want to see the solutions. Definitely looking at a problem. UTS had to dissolve, which they did masterfully. Meanwhile, so I gotta be careful. Thank goodness Mickey was able to dodge it, but in the meantime, Dixon looking to get another opportunity to get a pro lift. Because the boundary looking at it, but immediately frozen. Student is gone, but there's going to be the exchange as well given for the Stoonie. And in the meantime, it is still not enough to thwart UTS away from here. Monash losing and getting everything just shoved right back into their faces.
That's it. But speaking of shoved right back, we do have portal potential. Ooh, Choji managed to get back just at the right time. Oh, they're trying to stop the portal. It ain't gonna happen though. They've locked it in. They are gonna be contesting on the point here, doing the very best that they can. Yoven good for it on the heels there, but there's gonna be more where that came from. It's Anthony. It's UTS. Lessen the timeline here and ripping it up. Dixon 99 can't escape, and none of the strategists can escape. They are falling to the lava. And the Quadra KO locks in map, or point rather, number 1 for UTS. Getting a bit ahead of myself there, Em, because it felt like we just played a whole map considering the intensity of that first point.
Yeah, that was a little bit, you know, advanced, I'll have to say. If you're looking at how to play this map effectively, just look to both Monash and UTS. They both know how to do it. They both show that they're here to compete. Where we saw UTS take the early advantage by scoring 3 massive KOs, you know, and getting the lead. You know, Monash came back and they said, all right, no worries, here's our aim, you know, let's play into this. And they played some amazing style until Suni comes through and goes, here comes my spin, and I'm going to win. And it's an unbelievable slide that you can't do anything about. And I think, you know, the rest of Monash has been surprised onto that first round. And I think they are going to try to make sure that's all the surprises that they're going to be eating up into tonight's match. Meanwhile, though, Joji has switched up the Bucky. Here comes the Hella and Dixon 99 onto the Psylocke. So a different little bit of a DPS competition, but it's still going to be that question. Is it lethal enough?
Yeah, the lethality is going to be tested right now, Mr. ZK, and see which team is going to be ready to go here. Fluente already trying to give it their best here. The strategists are holding down the line, but it's Mickey who tries to activate a very, very low on HP there, but they will be healed up just at the right moment. Still pretty close to the Feast of the Abyss. Dixon 99, good for the Dancer Butterfly, holding back. Fate of Both Worlds are activated for both teams again, so it's just a pretty stagnant ground for the moment. You know, build up some damage, but here we go. Gas OCE activates alongside the entire Inferno, Invisible Boundary. The Student's here, and Student has the Eternal Bond. Whoosh tries to get the big boom downtown, but it just ain't happening, Em.
Well, you can see it. Genzo also looking to just dive here and there, trying to make sure that they don't really able to capture in the beginning. So no one has captured this whole point that they've been fighting. You know, it's just one or the other, but that's going to be coming through. And yeah, UTS is going to be fine. Although there was a fair amount of trade coming in, you can see UTS definitely placing up. But because of the Abyss, they are going to use it to just cut off the back line. So 3 being staggered, it's a bit of an issue for Monash, where they were looking to maybe find a little bit more back in. Now you can see that KOs one after another. It's not really working out. UTS definitely put themselves a little bit more capture time, and they are going to respect the side of Monash, give them a little bit more room to maneuver and say, let's go again. You know, when you fully come back, there is going to be 2 ults. The advantage is going to be given straight back into them, but the biggest problem is how will they activate, because right now they're sort of stuck here.
Yeah, it's sort of stuck for the moment, but maybe not stuck for too long. Ooh, Shitsuni looking to hunt them down. Oh, the damage! Too good! I can't get the loot up! Oh my goodness! That was so tight there, Em. So scary. Poor Luna trying to run for dear life, but they will catch the KO eventually. Well done, Jaysuni. Anthony looking to lock in some more of their own as well, zoning out a double KO into this one. Looking to see if they can get anything else through here. There's definitely been a fair share of difficulties, let's say, and very eager to see how things go. Monash need to find a way to break these consistent damage numbers that have been coming through from UTS.
Yeah, that's just the things that you have to deal with, right? So the cloak and dagger right there, but I think they call Mickey really quickly onto the offside. They say if you want to, get punished, that's how you do it. Meta Birth Throws is going to be channeled, and they do have a boundary just in case. Enzo and Inferno aimed at the back. They're going to find Joji. Peter React to follow. That's fine. Milk News. That's going to be good, but guess what? Here comes the OT, and all of a sudden you have to fight for your survival. There is going to be some more consistent DPS. They are looking at that backline. And nice little bit of a freeze onto Anthony. So he's gone. Here comes Fistful of Beast. There is going to be one on the opposite side. And there it is. Looking for the finishing. It's going to be good, but they do trade. Here comes the portal as well. The rest of Monash, they are desperate to try to contest. And they are going to be just fine because they were able to find that backline. But Justuni is back and immediately finds 2 kills. And that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see, but we'll see what is going to be coming through now. Bjorn, good KO on a Mickey there, finding the Vanguard. That's going to allow them a bit more presence here, but we'll see. They are going to be able to deliver. They are pretty stuck. Pretty present here, but we'll see. They can find a way in. The contest is now looking to come to a life here. Ebb up front and personal. Anthony, my gosh, the damage numbers are just so insane.
And the insanity definitely is there. Oh, missing some kills. Swinzy, oh, he's gonna find it. They're looking at over the backline. Even without team up, here comes Agamoto. They are looking at maybe some KOs, but there's no one to be offering that into finishing. Genzo was both down for the count. Nuke is just gonna dance and channel that DPS, getting that buff damage. They're looking for the finishing, and it's gonna be an overstep here. Suni is gone, but Joji, 18 health, just floating to the doom. He's gonna jump down, accepted his fate. But this OT is looking to be a little bit more of a doom. You're just dancing. Here comes the eye of Agamoto. They find the cloak and dagger into the bomb. They are gonna be okay. And there is a little bit more of a capture into the fact that, oh my god, the DPS is there, not enough for the finishing. But Jisuni, definitely gone.
Yeah, certainly gone, and maybe more to follow, but Anthony is not going to wallow in it. They are going to be able to get a plentiful amounts of KOs through here, looking to see if they can lock down Venom. There we go. Genzo's out of here. Anthony is just destroying this mission area. Rip and tear. It is just ruthless. And they will be able to lock it down there, and Hell's Heaven has been claimed.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I do say, when you think about UTS, there is so many players that has that flexibility to play. Anthony, definitely one of those players that's just purely consistency. You lock away the torch, no problem. Here comes a little bit of a Phoenix. You lock away the Phoenix, guess what? I'm going to be back onto the torch. It's one way or the other. You can't really be competing to get this man to not play. Isuni obviously also want to look out for. I think that spectacular spin from map number 1 definitely put Monash onto the back foot where they're like, what do we do in this situation? Adding in with Mickey consistently diving the back, it's just problem after problem. I feel like I'm staring to season 0.
Oh, take me back. Take me back. Please, please. No, just kidding. We do love a bit of season 0. I think that maybe in the future it'd be nice to do kind of like a what is it? Turn back the clock, type of event where they did turn the game back to how it felt in season 0. I think something like that would be a lot of fun. I think I'd love to play Hawkeye again. Huh? Nah. Oh, good times, good times. But definitely excited to see what is going to be on the deck coming into map 2. As UTS have blessed the timeline with the first map going in their favor with entire confidence, heaps of confidence there. Like, it felt like it was the Anthony show for a lot of that piece there. Jaisuni definitely doing a lot of great work as well. Like, I think they found some very impressive, spectacular spins into the mix there, which was great to see. But yeah, Monash were just struggling, honestly, to activate, to really, yeah, gain as much momentum as what they would have liked there. So definitely a tough endeavor for them.
Yeah, I think on map number 1, I think Jasuni also found I guess a swing drag to drag to the side, lava side. But then there was a feral leap straight out, out of desperation. Everyone was prepared. Coming into it, yes, there's gonna be shenanigans, but more than anything, it's more rare to see a Spider-Man coming out of the gate and sticking with a Spider-Man pick to really wreak havoc. And I think credits due also to Gas and Mickey to provide that freedom where there's like, you go and do your thing. We're gonna be just fine at the front. We're happy to be playing into Emma, into Strange, and have that dive heavy competition. Buys a ton of time and good value coming in where Monash, they say, all right, we have to quickly peel the front, but then our backline is starting to fall, and then we turn to the back, and then we get smacked at the front. It's just being problem after problem. I think Gas himself also doing a ton of good crowd control as well. The CC offered is just immense, where we saw really good seduction coming in just to make sure that the opposite side don't get it as well, and at the same time forcing tons of support usages. And I think that pace really accelerated UTS.
Yeah, I can agree. I think they definitely found the acceleration potential there, and very eager to see what else they're going to be able to do with it, Amp. I think that there's a lot of good potential which they can tap into. And, when I think of characters or strategists even that provide acceleration, I think of Jeff. I want to see a Jeff tonight. I think that'd be a lot of fun, Bring out the Jeff time. That's what we want to see. The Jeff special. But very excited to see what else is going to come to fruition here. As we said before, I think we've got an exciting start to the series. UTS are looking really confident. Really, really confident, as a matter of fact. So I think that they're locked in to this series. They're giving it their absolute best. And yeah, I'm curious to see what their opponents in Monash are going to be able to do here, because they've certainly looked to be struggling to begin here. And it's tough.
What can you do? This is one of those situations where you have to think, all right, if we do pull something of a wilder pick coming out, a lot more things is going to be laid out of the gates. Both sides is no stranger to what the current meta and what their competition is supposed to be. I feel like you're stuck in a precarious situation where yes, something needs to be said, something needs to be changed, but then at what point do you say, okay, we have a Spider-Man problem? How do we deal with this Spider-Man problem? How do we deal with this Venom problem? And I think most of that has been one of the core issues where there's a little bit of a discontent coming in. The backline trying to do everything they can, but the constant DPS pressure it's just too immense. Right? It's like, okay, we ignore the Spider-Man because they can't kill me, no problem. But then here comes a Venom right after, and then whatever's happening, Anthony still sneaks in some fantastic shots from the backline, and that's really hurt them in the long process. But if they, say for example, they switch with a more Magneto composition, or they want to bring in something more wilder pick, it's still something that they need to counter the Spider-Man, and this is where the unique situation that Suni has opened up. It's like, yes, yes, you can counter my Spider-Man. Now I just play something more traditional, and then you switch off something else. You're never gonna be wasting a ban onto it, which is the biggest issue here as well. And so for the next map onto Convoy, we're going back to Yggdrasil. It's primetime swing, primetime air. I don't know what the answer is going to be, but Monash definitely needs to think about it.
Yeah, so thinking about an answer there, Amp, I think that one thing which could help them, I think would be maybe a Namor, to be honest. I think that, when you have a Spider-Man you're dealing with, bringing something like the Gamma Squids online, into maybe the Hulk Namor team up there actually might help. It might create, I guess, a bit of a solution. Because, obviously the Squids are going to have, let's say, pretty consistent aiming capabilities when they're online. So, yeah, I think that would be a good solution to some of those more mobile duelists. But obviously, the challenge is landing that spear towards that character to really lock in the increased fire rate, right? So I guess there's ways to deal with it, but we'll see what comes to reality coming into this next one, because next one's going to be on Convoy. You know, Yggdrasil Path, definitely going to be solid, fun even. So yeah, I'm keen to see what they are going to be able to deliver, and yeah, keen to see what else they can cook up here. But you know, I'm hopeful for the rest of the series, but for the future of Marvel Rivals as a whole. You know, much like Accelerate was talking to us about earlier, I think we need more vanguards, more strategists into the lineup. You know, I think we don't want any more duelists, at least not for right now. But be careful what you wish for. No, who knows what's going to come out? I don't know what's coming out. But yeah, season 4's what, next week or next week? So we'll find out pretty soon.
Yeah, you know what would be a cool team up, right? This is something that I've been thinking about for a while, because in competitive, we really see wonders now, right? What if we had a potential release onto, let's just say, we don't get any more DPS coming in, but let's cook with a team up between Wonder and Storm, right? And instead of just getting anything, she gets a chain lightning beam, where she can just, you know, aim to channel. It does pierce a little bit. But it's not the greatest amount where we go 100 to 100 to every target. Should be 100 to like maybe 50 or even 30, like 30, 20. And she can chain up to 3 to 4 targets if they bunch up. That could be an interesting mix where, you know, I think the dive comp would just be completely dead to begin with. But the consistent and the piecing might put her back into the competitive scene. I feel like her toolkit is a little bit simple, and it's always such a hard gamble to put anything off, and you just can't rely on her ult. So, you know, maybe if we had that kind of a team up where we change her ult into something where she powers up the Hurricane as well, it could be a much more interesting outtake, right?
Yeah, I think that could definitely be pretty fun. I think it does sound exciting. You know, I think it would be like an explosive like tornado, really. You know, it's similar. I think it would perform similarly to the Jeffnator concept of now, right? But except obviously you'd have like that more explosive potential, because you'd be able to combine the Omega Hurricane and the Reality Razor there. So yeah, it sounds like fun, Emp, and hopefully we see something like that into season 4. You know, I'm curious how the team ups will change themselves heading into next season, because obviously some will maybe stay, some will go. So it's definitely something to think about. But you know what I'm thinking about right now? Our bans. They're looking pretty the same. They're banning WhatOCE as Captain America. Gonna see the Human Torch banned out immediately. Anthony definitely not gonna be able to play it with that one. But we are gonna be seeing a Luna and Psylocke banned again. So it's pretty much the same draft so far, isn't it, Em?
Yeah, it's the same thing. And key note right here, we do have Pikachu subbing in for Genzo. So Pikachu, he's finally playing. He's being let out of the gates. He says, "Let me out. I've had enough. I'm here to really just make a breaking point." So having the current Luna being protected and banned away is good news for yes. It means that they still hold that upper hand in support. Having an Emma into the front is also quite good. There is a hover between the full handshake of Loki bans. Great. You know, this is always going to be that problem. Yes, if there is a Luna on the table, you definitely ban away the Loki, and I hope some of the teams that don't do that please pick it up. It's such an important aspect of the game where you have to just keep on respecting for no reason. Cloak and Dagger, I think, is still a very good place to be at. Although I would have liked to see a potential play with maybe Mantis. So if there's a band onto the mag, it might be a bit of a problem on the side of Monash, where at the front, yes, they get one that's good, but then right after that, you know, they're gonna have to go with the Old Faithful. It could be some special, could be the wall picks here, because Pikachu does have a whole plethora of changes that he can get into. But it looks like they are gonna have a more traditional setup where, yes, you know, it's gonna be the Hela Psylocke, and then yep, here we go. The Mantis has been unleashed with the group. Yeah, that could be a dream come true.
Well, that would be my dream come true. Honestly, if we saw the Pikachu Groot come back, we saw a lot of prominence from that last season, and it was glorious. But I don't think it's going to see the light of day this time. So Pikachu bringing out the Strange this time. See how they are going to fare onto this one. You know, there's definitely some good openings that they can look to play into here, but we'll see what they can maneuver. It looks like they are going for a bit of a version of the Attack of the Clones team up between Emma, Magneto, as well as the Psylocke there on the Monash side. So Joji going to be able to activate some clones, which definitely can gain a lot of value here. We're curious to see how that goes. But UTS having that Battle Recon beacon online, you know, to get the reses up, I think is going to be big too, because if Monash aren't switched on to try and dismantle that, UTS is going to be able to maintain their fighting posture quite often.
Yeah, I think they're not going to be predicting into this one because the consistent DPS is definitely online on the start of UTS. They are quite happy trading it out because they do know that, you know, in the limited approach, they gain primary a little bit of a pushing space, and just like this, you know, Monash, they have to keep on poking in, and when they poke in, Gas is happy to be playing into it, and then they have to deal with Mickey as well. So, oh, hang on a second. Joji there does find some confidence looking at the potential assassination, but has decided to quickly get out. They use that punishment, and they are going to find Gas really quickly. But there is the full dive, and they've traded Student with it at the same time. It could be a disaster as Raven is also gone. And this is still not done just yet. You can see Justuni weaving in and out. Look at that backline. And they're just completely targeting. The dives never stop.
Can't stop, won't stop there, Amp, and Wosh will go down. So UTS will be able to take it one step closer down the line here. Mickey, big presence, big damage on the Venom here, but we do see the Strange portal right at the end. It doesn't matter. Good body pressure there coming out from a UTS. They keep them on the other side of the portal. We'll be able to get the mission vehicle over the line there. So, solid stuff. Joji tries to contest, but does get punished immediately by Jaisuni. So, UTS are now looking to push it past the next choke point and onwards to the one after. So, good forward momentum coming through for them. See if they can get it to halfway or they're beyond.
Yeah, this is one of those problems. You know, portal is gone. Don't want to be grabbed here. Okay, Sonic Seduction is ready and available. You can see lots of DPS has been thrown. Both sides, they will have 6. They're all ready. Anthony meanwhile is going to be throwing 1. There's going to be the trade. Both sides is going to start releasing, and they know they have to press the coast somehow. They're just all holding on to it. And now, with Milkfuse onto it, here's the seduction. Here is the Eye of Agamotto, the feast, everything is there. But the DPS is going to be fine for UTS as Pikachu goes down. They are going to trade it with Wosha and Milkfuse. Gas realizing exactly what he's going to be doing. Got to be careful here as they are going to find a little bit more. And the second point already too hard to be contesting.
That's it. Need to get the extinguisher. Oh my gosh. Jaisuni not having any of that. Gets the spectacular spin out just for that one hero there. You know what? If they want to get rid of them, fair enough. But you know who else is getting rid of players? Anthony. Doing a great job so far. Oh my gosh. They pulled Pikachu out of spawn. They can't even rest him.
Yep. That's a Spider-Man right there. That's the most annoying one that you can be facing. Definitely shenanigans that you don't want to be experiencing, but if you're Spider-Man, you're having fun. Yes, you know, you dunk on one healer and get that spectacular spin going. But you know what you do? You don't just kill him. You send a message. You say, I'm ready to just give that one in just to disable you. Meanwhile, Mickey confidently dives in because of his hit. As but Joji is gone. Anthony free firing from the top. Yes, they're gonna find Mickey, but at the cost of Pikachu. Here comes Goddess of Death, trying to find it. How annoying could it be? The answer is absolutely super annoying, where it's gonna be completely denied. As they are gonna try one more time. but it's in the favor of UTS. They are just having a beautiful time. They find everything that they want to, and the vehicle still continues to go through, and they are going to be okay just for now. You can see Joji fighting back into it, but it's so much distance.
Yeah, so much distance to cover there, and I'm sure that there's much more where that came from, Em. So, very eager to see what else they are going to be able to do. Jaisuni locked and loaded to the... going to be a nice trade-up coming out from both sides here. Whoosh looking to just maintain this frontal pressure, try and push that mission vehicle back as far as they possibly can, to be honest. And, you know, so far so good, but I mean, UTS, once they lock in, they can definitely make an impact themselves. Like, they've already got Psionic Seduction, Fate of Both Worlds online now, and maybe require more, but Psionic Seduction does jump out from a Whoosh here, trying their best to see if they can get anything else through. Jaisuni and Anthony are already down. Joji is locking down these high impact KOs in the back line here. And the front line has just been mopped up.
Yeah, that is good news right here. You know, they still have to fend off for another 2 minutes and 30. I think in that 2 minutes and 30, if they can stop Anthony or Jistuni, that would be the best thing that they can do, because Jistuni finds a crazy angle, the backline's completely gone. Just like now. Already looking. Pretty sure they already hear it. Joji is just looking and spotting, playing into it. He sees the angle. He doesn't want to go in. He knows his tags are just yet. But he knows that if he does go in, it's just not enough. I have Agomoto on the top, looking at the big drop. But right here comes Spectacular Spin, and Final Judgment is huge. They are looking to find a little bit more. That front line completely melted. The back line nowhere to be seen. And so the Butterfly looking to just do anything. But when you are doing everything that you can, and you're the only member, well, I guess this is going to be the result. You're going to be playing a zero defense game.
That's right, going to be playing a very different game there. Speaking of a very different game, Pyoven brings all the pain there. Whoosh one and the same. They fired a few KOs between them. Still got a minute 30 on the clock here, so UTS can afford a reset at this stage. You know, try and see if they can go for something else as we get deeper into the mix here, but all the same, is still going to be quite the distance that they need to cover here. Gonna hold it back. Pikachu up front, trying their best to pump out the damage here, make sure their shield is as healthy as possible for the fight ahead of them. UTS are relentless in trying to pump that damage down.
Oh, that Sonic Seduction might just catch a few here. Yeah, it's going to be fine. They do find Mickey, but immediately traded with Joji and Cass. I think that's going to be the mop-up right here. It means that, you know, the rest of the that's fine. Gotta be careful. I said, I don't want to be giving too much. Yeah, alright. The stagger is also going to be coming in. At this stage, it's going to be just fine. Gotta be careful. You know, you take your wins. Final 30 seconds. UTS, you know, still plenty that they can muck around with, especially with a Spider-Man swing to get the OT. Huge, very, very important area where Mickey could have died, and Gas also quite low. They have to fight into it. Here comes Anthony. Here comes the full surprise. They are looking. Joji has been punished. I think he was just trying to go all the way back, trying to make sure that there's going to be a full stab into the back. But that Eye of Agomoto is also huge, but no KOs as the seduction is going to be thwarted. Student is gone. And is there going to be any more players? Because Gas is here trying to lock him down. No more heals left. And here's the dance of the butterfly, trying to go for the mop-up. Should be more than enough to finish off his final push. And 107 is going to be one of those things that Monash has to deal with.
That's it. They are going to have to push it pretty far, I'd say. You know, impressed that they did manage to defend in the end there, but still, there's a lot of ground they need to cover here. And I think that UTS pressing into their own attacking section, or defending section more rather, should be able to lock things down pretty effectively. But we'll see what is going to be cooking up here. Monash are looking to prepare themselves for battle. Try and see if they can rattle their way through this one, as I think that coming into the second round now, they are truly going to be tested.
Alright, this is one of the situations. ETS holds the upper, not by a little bit, but by a ton. Against Monash is no easy. That's just show
30
how much
seconds
they're
before
prepared
you
for
attack.
tonight.
Get ready.
And once again, it's one of the situations where UTS is pulling out the surprises. We see Mickey with a penny here. Right, last week I've seen some pennies. This week, once again, we're going to see another penny. This is something where it will easily make a break, but then at the same time, you hate to see it when you are the one running into the Spider-Mons as well. And so that is something that they might just be looking out for. In the meantime, Joji is on the Ultron, and that's going to be at least a saving grace, but Dixon immediately exploded. And that's not what you want to be seeing, but I do say it doesn't matter what level you play at. If you don't check and you get surprised, you just immediately get knocked out. Anthony also on a magic. They're going to give a little bit more DPS back to Snooney. And this is something that they have known themselves for. They like to quickly just switch it up, and it could be the mental break that they want to keep themselves as well.
Yeah, definitely could turn into a breakdown there. Speaking of big damage, Gas going to be caught alongside the side of the mission vehicle. That's a problem. Monash going to see if they can cleave their way through this one. Anthony wanting the same, trying to find a way to fight back. Fiovan going to be able to take down Mickey there. Good KOs coming through. Milk to follow. They're slowly but certainly being whittled down piece by piece, and this allows Monash to push the mission vehicle closer and closer to the first checkpoint here. So there it is, locked and loaded with ample time to spare.
Oh, it's just a bit of a shame where UTS thinking that they might just catch this one. It's just going to completely fall apart on their face. In the meanwhile, they were looking to maybe portal in, but they've realized they have to hold on to it. Not much that they can do. Joji was break up Ultron, looking to just clog up the back. But yeah, Mickey is just going to take it back as well. It's a little bit of an overstep where he says, alright, I should be just fine. But the rest of his team has yet to catch up. And in the meantime, it has for Monash plenty of good space, but Snooney finding WhatOCE. This could be a problem as Goddess of Death is being utilized here. Can't really even channel as well. Those are in the, you see the most worst position for himself to be playing in. And yeah, the rest of the squad is going to be all the way to the back. The reset is here in the side of UTS. They do find a little bit of here and there, but that is a huge eye of Agamotto. Where they have said we're looking to wipe them, they get wiped instead.
That's it. We'll be able to wipe it up, and now going to allow Monash to push the mission vehicle one step closer. So, solid way to get things over the line here. You can tell they've really started to activate, started to get on track with how they want to play this game, but see if they are going to be able to keep that up consistently. We get closer and closer to a potential capture point here. Mickey and Co have to get onto the mission vehicle sooner or later. Eternal Bond already, or rather, Fate of Both Worlds, going to be locked in. Student with the Eternal Bond. Anthony bringing out the Kraken impact. Has found Fiovan there. That's one strategist down, trying to see if they can catch anybody else as well. And Song Inferno coming out from Jay Suni here. Joji now runs out of the range of Ultron. Invisible Boundary, though, running its course for Fluente there. So, towards the end of that one, Monash had quite a bit less healing potential being tapped into. So, is it going to be UTS holding strong? And we now take the timer down to 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
One of the most crucial things that you have to do as Monash right now is to quickly get over the second choke point. Oh, that could have been dangerous. WhatOCE, presence of mind right there. Definitely good to quickly switch to the diamond fall. Quickly dashes away. And in the meantime, where you can see Monash is happy to be having this open duel. The rest of UTS, they don't want to overextend. They are happy to get it. But Dixon 99 get caught by Anthony onto the side, I believe. And at the same time, Isuni also just getting that cutoff. They are looking for his angles, looking for the hook as well. And they know they've got him dead to rise. Gotta be very careful where they go, how they approach. Here it is, once again, a huge eye of Agamotto where they find Mewtwo's. And they are going to find Anthony as well. The Kraken Impact doing tons of work. The backline is completely melted. And here comes Monash.
That's it. A big impact coming out from a Joji and Co there. You know, they take full advantage of the Kraken impacts, and it allows them to get this second checkpoint. So really solid stuff coming through from them there. They are able to keep the train rolling, so to speak, and we'll see if they can do more with it here. Here we go. Invisible boundary up with the psionic seduction there, so WotOCE not gaining as much from their ult as they would like, but Mickey gains quite a bit with the Eye of Agamotto there. Unfortunately, not getting the right hit off, so they aren't going to be able to lock them down yet. But got us a death from Dixon99. Looked good until it was deactivated, but now it's Anthony's time again. Time to prime up, time to get serious here. See if they can shove their way through.
I think Mickey also has the right idea. Knows that Strange there's not much to do. Anthony gets caught right here. A bit of a problem. And Student traveling all the way to the back just to make sure that they do the final one. Milk News. I guess it's gonna be okay to just buy a few more precious seconds, but the stagger is gonna be here. As they are all gonna get messed up and they all get caught. You can see UTS, they realize this. Mickey immediately runs back. Doesn't want anything to do with it, doesn't want it to KO, and they have to wait. They do catch Mickey. That's going to be a capture. Really nice and easy. And at the same time, that is a portal, I have to say. It's there to annoy you. It's there to be playing around with. Another portal. They're all using it. Joji first for Wente. Here comes again. Looking for the reset. Looking at the angles. And it's not going to matter because they have pushed all the way.
That's it. They will be able to get it over the line there. So Monash, bring it back on to our second map onto Convoy and lock down a victory. So we are going the distance here tonight. Amp WotOCE on the MVP here. Really well played. Going to be really giving it their all. And very excited for what our third and final map out of this series is going to look like, Amp, because that one has seriously brought some major heat to the mix there. You know, they really managed to give it their absolute best, and now we get to see even more.
This is one of those things where you have to start considering, you know, what's going to be your mix-up. Where UTS shined on map number 1. Map number 2 was a little bit of a struggle street here and there for Monash, but then as soon as they did find their footing, and right after, it was just the word go. They said, there's too much of a wild coming from UTS where they, you know, switched off from what they were working with already. And they said this might work a little bit better and started experimenting. Monash immediately clamped and said, okay, you know, if you're going to be going with that, I'm happy to be exchanging. I'm happy to be playing into something that I'm more familiar with. Joji and Dixon putting a ton of work. But more than that, you know, WotOCE for the MVP, 29 kills. I have to say, Pikachu jumping in, landed 2 to 3 crucial Eye of Agamotto's, and that was the biggest thing that carried Monash onto the back, and that's something to be celebrated about.
Yeah, I can agree. I think that it's definitely cause for celebration there, you know, because they managed to make a lot of impact in the back line, like you said, and, you know, they were really switched on, I'd say, pretty much throughout the whole endeavor there, so big props to them. You know, they definitely put the hard yards in. The work paid off, but obviously, there's still more work to be done for both sides now, because the fact that we're going to a third and final map speaks for itself. You know, it shows how eager these teams are to just activate and give it their absolute best. Like, you know, it feels like Monash, as soon as Pikachu is now in, they've managed to get a bit of a reset as to how they want to approach this game. And so far, it's worked out fantastically. And speaking of fantastically, we are going to be taking a look at the fantastic map. It's Clinta, you know, the symbiotic surface there. So get excited for that one. It is going to be a great time ahead on that convergence map there. So obviously, keen to see who can take the first mission area, and then maybe who will be able to walk the mission vehicle all the way through.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be good. It's always fun to be playing. We have seen some devastating things coming from both sides. And look, coming in, we've seen 2 rounds worth of Spider-Man, which I think is
Yep.
already heaps good. Do we get a third? That's gonna be the biggest
Ooh.
question. Because this is a map that you want to have a torch, you want to have a flyer, and both sides is gonna have Ultron as the basis. Even if you do have a Luna into this one, I feel like the priority for Luna is not as high as Ultron. And in the meantime, maybe we can get some Ultron Iron Man team up. I'm not sure if that's gonna be the thing, depending on how the band's gonna be. When it comes down to the Vanguard, what can I say? Some is good, some is superior, some is just I don't want to be playing, I don't want to be seeing into this map because it's just not favorable. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we still have the same protect and ban intervening.
Yeah, I'm curious how things are going to fare once we do get into the pick ban and protect phase there, whether we do see same kind of stuff just trending through. Similar to how our first series of the night played out as well. They took the draft there in a pretty similar direction across both maps, but now I think we're going to get an idea as to exactly what we're going to be getting into.
Oh boy. Here we go. It's that cap ban with the torch to protect onto Emma. Acted by Monash. I mean, this is quite interesting because UTS has the ability to kind of flex into here. Like, yeah, I think Luna is definitely warranted still, and then you can, protect your own Luna. And then afterwards, looking at the bans, it's still really parking it back into the side of Monash where they have to choose and say, what do we want to be playing in? We're still, protecting it. They have to at least invest into a Loki ban, and that's something that they have to do. But then this puts UTS in a little bit of position to say, well, we can check for Loki, but then whatever you ban next, I'm gonna have a big opportunity to lock down. This doesn't have to be the cloak. This can be something that they've been wanting to play for quite a while. Could be a surprise. It could just be their Emma as well. So let's see what's it gonna be.
Yeah, let's see what they are going to be able to bring out of this one. Looks like it could be. Ooh, I thought it was Magneto going to be protected there, but no, it is going to be Ultron protected into this one. So great to see the focus around our, I suppose, more hybrid like strategist there, because they're able to bring out a ton of damage with the Encephalo Ray and one of the same. Going to be able to tap into a ton of potential with Cloak and Dagger as well. So it definitely makes a lot of sense to get the protect through onto that one, considering the strength of the Eternal Bond. And just eager to see how things go into this last ban here. Phoenix going to be hovered. Is it going to be locked down? That is the test. And yes, it will. So there you have it, everybody. Bans will be out. It's almost time to get down to business. We're going to have our heroes pre-selected by our players here. And let's see where they go.
Alright, well, we 100% is going to have an Ultron into play. There's no way do I think that we're not going to be seeing Ultron. This kind of a setup, UTS definitely have written enough. I feel like it's a really nice little bit of a play where they disable some power picks, they disable some full DPS that Monash can flex in. But on the side of Monash, this is one of those things that they can also be playing into. It's not like they can't play Ultron, but they can't really play Flyers as well. If they do really need something where they stick into more consistency mode, there is still the ability to be playing into the Punisher. And I feel like this is something that they might just be looking for a setup. And I have to say, both sides has Flex Penny Parker coming in. They are both ready to be playing, to have that setup, to maybe act somewhat. Oh, never mind. Those just so, yep. Disregard. In the meantime, let's give it up. It's going to be the third map between UTS and against Monash.
Oh yeah, here we go. It's time to get down to the symbiotic surface here. Definitely quite the map to try and push into, to be honest. I say it's one of the more difficult ones unless you can find a vulnerability and tap into, but we'll see how things go down now as UTS just going to be holding strong for the moment. Monash trying their best to prod in, see if they can get a bit of damage for their attacking side. Yeah, but UTS looking to give it their absolute best as well.
And also found Oji in the beginning. I mean, they found Anthony, I believe. Like, this is one of those situations where you think it's like how much room do I give him, and the problem is a lot of room because this is KOs after KOs. They've already managed to cap that first point, rather uncontested. Yep, I guess Monash is ready to play. You know, they're ready to stick to their guns and ready to play in the play in. Now this will be bad news on the side of ETS, where a lot of points was conceded. It means that people are a lot more to be playing, and Mickey not respecting their position. Too much firepower is going to be given over. And Pikachu also gone here. I'm not sure if that was just a call to maybe poke in a little bit, but yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at that.
Yeah, definitely having its fair share of surprises as well, but Goddess of Death is now going to be locked in for Dixon 99. They're trying to bypass it with a shield. It doesn't yield too much. They do take out Anthony though, so you know what? That's a pretty good result. BkWhatOCE and Milk going to be able to activate their ultimates there too. On the same, we see the Soul Resurgent coming out here. Fate of Both Worlds still locked in. Oh, Rage of Ultron online. Pikachu trying their best to find something. Is not able to get the dunk they need here, but at least they can keep their team up, keep their team alive as long as possible. Big dunk downtown. Doesn't lock it in though, so see if they can bridge the gap between the next one.
A little bit of trade here and there, but that's not going to stop the pace coming from Monash. Dixon just finding that backline really quickly. That triple kill was nothing but aim, baby. Just purely everything looking at it, finishing it off with BkWhatOCE as well. And this is the second point. I don't even think they've stopped this convoy at any time. It didn't feel like he contested. And all of a sudden, Monash is playing for keeps. They are ready to be playing and locking it down completely. And infamously, there is 2 checkpoints here for the people who still haven't played this game for a long time. And I gotta say, that first one is probably the worst one that they have to deal with because it's just one little bit of a cavern where they have to go through. At the same time, you know, once you do make it in, the second checkpoint is rather quick. And the rest of Monash, with this buff, they're so happy to be fighting out. And maybe even getting a little bit more because they found that backline trying to get cute, and here comes a seduction in response. But I don't think that's going to be just enough as Human finds gas as well.
Yeah, they find a lot through it there, Amp, and they are going to be able to continue to elevate their pressure, elevate their stance onto this one. See if they can take something more. Pikachu ready. Good right click into the back line there. Trying to elevate that pressure, keep them in towards their spawn, but they don't know is they've got the invisible boundary available. Goddess of Death comes online. Joji, good with the Rage of Ultron there. Pikachu trying to get the dunk down, sink it in, boom! And it does get delivered with the mission vehicle going the full distance there. UTS are not able to stall it out, so Monash will reap the rewards, but now it's time for the sides to switch. Let's see how UTS fare on opposition.
Oh. That's, yep. It's a bit of a problem right here. It's one of those things where you think, scratch your head. What happened? How come we didn't contest at all? Why did we lose so many members every single time that we fought? And the answer is, no idea. You know, there was just the pace. I felt like the momentum just completely shifted onto the side of Monash. You know, there was so many times where they should have been stopped, but they weren't. You know, they just kept on rolling. Every time there was a fight, you can see Dixon 99 just finds so many good targets on top angle. Kevin buffs Joji as well, and it's just, you know, tons of attack, lots of things to be playing, and we have a torch. Not to just put any more pressure, but there is a torch on the side of Monash and some Joji as well. So let's see what UTS says.
Yeah, let's see what they are going to be able to respond with in a 2. The next sector here, time for the test to prove themselves. They venture towards the mission area here. Let's see. Are going to be able to convert this first point into the mission vehicle. Hold back just a moment. Trying their best to slowly but certainly pressure their way on towards the site here. But so far, they just left at a distance. That distance is getting wider. They've found Anthony.
Oh my god, they also just pulled Isuni to sleep as well. He catches, and you can see that this tournament into the beginning, that choke point is rather huge. And UTS, they don't really have any way to really force it. They're relying so much on that front line of Pikachu, finds past OCE, and that's a bit of a problem here. Venom, yes, super tanky here and there, but not enough to fight. And they are gonna have that charging. Oh, Jisuni trying to escape here. Looking at it, does he have any more? Yes, he's gonna be just but the rest of the squad, they know where he is, and he's gonna be just okay. But the thing is, you know, when you play front and back, trying to find it into a team that's aware, that's a bit of an issue still. They have to wait to play where Jisuni gets the ult and then maybe finds a spin. But the time is ticking. Right, we saw Monash just absolutely advancing. The rest of UTS is falling.
That's it, falling down. Out of both worlds coming out with a psionic seduction there. BkWhatOCE's got one as well, though they can respond with this. There we go. Gonna see that one come out. Eternal Bond gonna be online as well. Looking to just drag out all of those big ultimates. Beast of the Abyss comes out. It's Supernova from Joji, though. Fuente's in deep trouble. Joji's trying to track them down through the invisible boundary. They have not found it. Meteorem came out too, but it didn't deliver. But the KOs are now coming out around the back. Joji has gone hunted. They will be gunning for the KOs here. It works out wonderfully for them, but have to play around their team. They can't continue the mission alone.
And not with that Ridge of Ultron. You can see that Mickey was playing by that spectacular spin. Is here once again, Jisuni. Find some really nice KOs, looking to finish it off, and yeah, they're gonna be just fine. This could be the cap that they were looking for. We'll see if there's gonna be a response. I think Monash is just gonna concede this point. They say there's no point to do anything else. Okay, so 3 minutes and 45 left to be contesting to really do a little bit more. But I did say, you know, you needed Jisuni to just find that backline, find the spin, and then finish off the rest. But the thing is, it's an expensive ult, right? You find it, it's great, you know, and get a good little bit of combo going on. It definitely devastates like this, but it's still a little bit slower for the side of Monash. But they do find gas OCE, and that is still a problem with the front line. It's just been sacrificed on the side of UTS.
Absolutely. Going to be a sacrifice there, and we'll see if there's going to be any more sacrifices on their way through as well, as they are just looking to stick it out for the moment. Monash slowly but certainly trying to see if they can hold things down here. UTS being a bit sneaky, trying to slip around the back. They will find a KO through on the student there, so lesser opportunities for the Cloak and Dagger. Rage of Ultron comes out though, with Fiovan activating the Soul Resurgence as well, so a couple of strategist ults were committed to that endeavor, and only Fuente really going to be the one to go down. So definitely going to be a tough one for Monash here. But hey, all they're doing right now is just stalling for time, really giving it their best.
Oh wow, they are going to be looking at this one. There's a trade on student and gas this year as well, but the staggering, it's buying loads of time. And UTS, you know, they need to dive in, and I feel like the frustration is coming in where, yes, they're supposed to find a little bit more in there, but that frustration is going to keep on staggering them through. They're not going to find the right KOs, and they set their team back more and more. So we're just under 2 minutes here. The rest, they are going to find Jisuni as well. A crucial KO that is going to dismiss this full play. And right now, like, you know, everything with UTS, they have to fight into this. The seduction to just pull them away, and they find Anthony once again into here, and everyone is just falling.
That's it, falling straight down there. Dexter 99 are trying to see if they can get a bit of damage with their ultimate. Do get damage, but don't get any KOs from it, so it'll be working out so grandly for them this time around. We'll see how things go. Just waiting things out for the moment. Gonna slow down the pacing for a moment here, but bear in mind, Mr. Emp, there is only 1 minute to go here, and now Gas has brung out the psionic seduction here, trying their best to see if they can get something else from it. Dixon's down as well in the meantime. Soul Resurgence coming online with the 50 Abyss there. Really trying to push whatever utility they have into this here fight. The calamity ensues time and time again here. And it's time for Supernova. Jasuni's down. It's burning time. Are they going to be falling to that one? That's the big question. Choji eventually will fall. So the opening is now on the horizon here for the UTS side. Let's see how they fare.
I think even at that stage, you know, Jasuni got caught onto the spectacular spin. It still just was not enough for the rest of UTS to go into it. Meanwhile, you know, they have to fight into this OT. They don't really have a choice. And you can see the rest of Monash, they're happy to be contesting. They say, well, you know, if we find anything, that's going to be it. They are going to fight Anthony. And Meteor M is huge! Everyone is going in the back. Jasuni is gone. Gas. And now, that's pretty much going to be Oshiro. Anthony channeling in that strange portal. But it's not enough time. And there you have it. Monash edging out with the comeback.
That they will. Well played there to Monash. You know, it looked a bit rough in the beginning, but they do manage to claw it back out in to the end there. So, very exciting stuff coming through from them. Joji gonna be on the MVP on the torch. Unsurprising to see that one locked down and putting in the hard yards. You know, we've seen the impact of the torch. There's a reason it is almost 100% permabanned into almost every single draft there. And, you know, there's a reason that Monash were banning it out against UTS here consistently because they didn't want to see Anthony playing it at all. So, yeah, great to see Monash taking advantage of that torch pick there. And it does work out quite wonderfully for them. You know, big damage coming through, KOs, you name it, they've got it. So, really solid stuff, and really impressed with the reversal coming through from them there. You know, I wasn't sure if we would even get that, but you know what? Maybe it's the Pikachu effect.
Sure.
You know, ever since they subbed in Pikachu, they started winning games. So maybe it's the Pikachu effect.
Yeah, I mean, this man, you know, he was locked away. He was in jail for quite a while, and now he's finally free and able to play. It was just, you know, he says, you know, I appreciate my aura, appreciate the way I'm going to lead this squad in. You know, and look, he did amazing on Strange, and now once again, it's just not afraid to push, not afraid to, you know, completely swing it back the other way around. He did buy plenty of room for the rest of his team. Where we did see, it was a nightmare, you know, on the support. The strategists definitely trying to dive between Miki and Jisuni and see where they can find the best way to survive throughout the first 2 rounds. And then, you know, here comes the Pikachu, a very wild one, just going in and says, okay, you know, I'm going to find the best thing that I can, and then the rest finds.
That's it. No pressure, no worries there. But you know what? We got something great on its way. It's time for an interview with Student.
Hello, hello. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Oh, fantastic. And it's a pleasure to have you on board once again. You know, always great to see you in the server. And yeah, it's great to have you here today. But I guess jumping into this season, you know, I believe you were the coach last season for Monash. So how's the transition to being a player for the roster been for you?
Yeah, I mean, last season I was sort of the dad coach at Mental Fortitude. This time, it's been very, very difficult. I mean, going into every game, I'm expecting us to beat underdogs, mainly because 3 days before AEL started, I learned that to play support. Which, support, relatively simple role, but like, I have no experience, and I'm playing against these guys who have, lords on practically every support and have tons of experience. So at the beginning, like, I remember my very first scrim, like, my chest was like hurting a lot because I was so nervous and like so much to do. But now, like, we're improving a lot. Like, every game, especially like everyone on the team, but me from now it's like 4 weeks ago, it's completely different, and I can't thank my team because it's weird because like last season I was their dad coach, but this season I'm asking everyone for info and asking them to coach me essentially, and I'm just sort of absorbing it all.
Yeah. Absolutely. We do see the struggle, obviously, but in the meantime, a big question as you were playing the support type, did you find that it was a rather tough one in the beginning, right out of the gates, that you have to face a Spider-Man and a Venom that brought down a lot of the mixtures, and how was it from your own perspective?
it was definitely difficult. Like, needed some adjustments for sure. I mean, yeah, when we were like playing teams or whatever, we used to sort of like one diver, or like we're not using that coordinated teams, I should say. But UTS, they were very very strong. Like the dive, I felt like every time the Venom would go in, I just get deleted, or every time the Spider-Man hooked me up, I was dead, which pretty much I was. But definitely took a bit to get adjusted. But especially thanks to like FVN, my support partner helps me a lot, tells me where to go, and yeah, in the beginning it was difficult. I mean, towards the end it was like still a bit difficult, but I think the team was a lot more well equipped to deal with that.
Yeah, that's great. I guess speaking on being more well equipped, I had heard at the start of the season that Pikachu had been sent on a little bit of a boot camp per se, and based on your victories tonight, it seems like that's going well. But I guess how is it going from your perspective? Like, are we going to see more of the Pikachu effect coming in?
I mean, hey, when you're down 1-0 to one of the better teams in AEL, you need the champion, you need the GOAT, you need the tank lord himself, Pikachu, and he came in and he absolutely delivered. It hasn't played in a while, but, he's been journeying off and comes in, boom. I mean, do you see a strange jolt on the second point? It was absolutely massive, fight turning even. But yeah, we like Genzo, but we just see how Pikachu's going, give it a couple more maps, and yeah, maybe he'll take the starter spot in the near future.
No, that's great to hear. And yeah, excited for their next endeavor when you bring out the secret weapon again. Always good to see the good vibes all around. But yeah, really appreciate you coming on board with us here tonight, student. Big congrats to you and the team for taking away the W. You're climbing your way up through the ranks, and keen to see what the next few weeks look like for you guys in the Elite Series.
Thank you so much.
There you go. Great to have one of our players or previous coaches, on board there for the Elite Series. Always good to see a bit of different perspectives there. But speaking of perspectives, let's take a look at our favorites. We want to say a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. And a big shout out to
Indomie, the noodle powder made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie migraine will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from the local grocer or at indomie.com.au.
That's it. A big shout out to our sponsors there. You know them, you love them, and very excited to see more of them coming into the future there. We appreciate all their support. And let's take a look at what's next on the card here, Em. We've got, who is it? It's the Battle of RMIT taking on Swinburne. Oh, this is the battle we've been waiting for. And who's going to be on the field tonight?
Representing RMIT, we have Air Ninja, Smiles, Zooming Panda, OTR, Keto, and Insert Coin 53. And on the opposing side of Swinburne, we have Boxicles, Kaguya, Junkler Fing, Delta 220, Sugar, and Golem Yo. Hey, it looks like we are ready to hit it all the way back. We've seen some new names, we've seen some old names, and we are ready to swing all the way between the RMIT team and Swinburne. Like, this is gonna be a nice one.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more there, Amp. I think it's going to be a really solid game. You know, we've got some amazing teams on deck here tonight. I think that we've seen really superb development, honestly, coming across from most, if not all, of the rosters here this season. And speaking of development, we are going to be taking our next development into a different map to start. It's going to be in Hellfire Gala, Krakoa. Wow. You don't see that one every day, but, you know, when you do see it, it kind of gets me excited. I'm pretty keen to see how this one plays out. You know, we've obviously had a bit of Hell's Heaven come through, but now it's time to go to Krakoa. So, very keen to see how Krakoa fares for both of these rosters here, and very excited to see what this draft phase looks like as well. You know, I'm keen to see if we're going to see the Kunlun Warrior come through into this one. You know, this is the match we've been waiting for into this one, and definitely keen for if that is going to become a reality. But who knows?
Yeah. And we are ready. So here we go. Here comes the Protect and the Banner phase. It'll be, I have to say, it's going to be a little bit different because some other teams, it's just going to be Torch, Cap, or it's going to be something fully aimed. But I do appreciate, you know, how every team has done their immediate research and that they're happy to be trading some key plays, and where they say, yes, we'd rather be dealing with this and have a little bit more of a wild-up battle than anything else. So I look into the anime fights where Luna is gone, Cap is gone, but there's an immediate protect for Golem Yo's Loki. Now that's what I'm talking about. Wild swings coming straight out, everything is still on deck. There is a hover band onto the Ultra, which I think should be warranted, but both sides says no to the Captain America. That has more higher priority stonks, just more than the torch right here that we've been seeing. And on a map like Krakoa, hey, look, you know, I'm smiling from year to year.
Oh yeah, from ear to ear, both teams are getting into high gear here, and let's see where our focus lies. Ooh. RMIT going to be locking in the Loki as well, so definitely need to see that one come in the mix here. You know, obviously taking out the Luna there. They have to focus on what options they can, but looks like it is going to be Magneto taken away and Luna taken away from both sides now. So there you go. Very excited to see what that turns into now, and as the next to protect will be on its way. Ooh, Mantis could be it.
Oh, please. Please do it. Mantis. Mantis is the best. Oh, yes! Protect Loki and Mantis is what I'm talking about. Should always be prioritized. Doesn't matter how the band's going to be, but if you have a Loki and Mantis, there's so much flexibility when it comes down to it. And Ultron is still on deck as well, just in case. And meanwhile, ban on the Punisher, there's going to be the Cloak and Dagger. So Swinburne already says, alright, no worries, if you're going to be playing this one, we're just going to leave the options open. If you do want to ban away the Mantis, that's going to be fine. But either way, we do have a flex pick. Both sides is going to have a handshake, where the bans are pretty similar into it. In fact, let me see. If this is going to be locked down, that's pretty much the same bans. So it's just going to be the Optic Protect onto Loki and a Cloak and Dagger and Mantis. Okay. We have it. We have the perfect pick and ban here where you can play whatever you want outside of those. Like, everything is open. All the WAP picks are available. We can be looking to see infinite of glory is just exploding in front of us. And I'm very, very excited.
Likewise, very, very excited and keen to see how this one is going to shape up, my man, as we are going to be getting into this. Let's see who will be able to take control. There it is. There it is, Eb. Insert coin 53. It's time for the Iron Fist. Let's go. We love to see it, Eb. Love to see it. Straight out of the town hall, we are into the server. And it's online. So, keen to see what they can do with this one. Ooh, there you go. Playing into a little bit of a team up there with our strategists as well. Unfortunately, there's no Iron Fist. No Iron Fist. Oh, maybe next map. I got excited, Em.
Yeah, me too. I was going to say, you know, right out of town hall, is it cheaper? But it's not right now. It's more expensive. So while we do have this one, you know, the Mantis is something I'm gonna fully appreciate coming in from BkWhatOCE and multiple. They are just gonna quickly get in, jump the friends immediately. Just gonna be picked off here. Too much damage in the beginning. The boost definitely working out onto their side. And Swinburne starting onto the back. They have to fight. Another grab onto the Hulk. Look at how hard and fast they strike. RMIT. This is a different version that we don't see here and there, but when it does come alive, it is spectacular. As there is going to be a little bit more of a stagger here and there. The Hulk is still going to remain strong. Jumps in and now gets healed up. Hasn't really gone back to the Bruce one, but Delta is not available. So there is going to be the capture for RMIT.
Good pressure. Going to be on to the mission area here. And let's see what they can do. Miles. Ooh, big choke slam coming out. Golemio going to be going down, though, straight into the dance of the butterfly. Big damage, locks it in, and now they focus up straight onto the cloak and dagger, trying to track them down. Oh, there we go. Still going to be playing around through it. They use their clone there as well. You love to see the Attack of the Clones team up into action because Emma Frost is online, but they are still going to hold strong, not looking to go too deep there, and they now hold back, maintain their stance over the mission area. Ooh. Gamma Squid team up, Emp. This could be good for Swinburne.
Swinburne, this is something that they're going to have to get through and get some of those squids out, especially the green and the much more better one. Oh, that is a crucial grab that you don't want to be seeing. Getting the opposing side, but here comes the Sonic Seduction. He aims and beams everyone at the back as well. And while they are playing to it, there's not going to be any KOs coming in. There is going to be the Soul Resurgent. They are going to have to invest because they know that this is not a position that they can choose. Because Fist of the Beast is not going to find anything but Delta and Moxie goes both down for the count. And the rest is just going to be playing around into it, trying to get a little bit more survivability. What's there to survive when the rest of your back's blind? It's just not there to be played around. It's just there's so much pressure for RMIT. He's happy to give you a little bit more as they find Moxicus and Delta once again. People at the back line are falling.
That's it. We are going to be getting a plentiful amount of KOs coming through. OTR good for the next few. Sugar goes down. Turns to Spice. So, last percentage will go over the edge, and RMIT gracefully push their way through that first area on the carousel there and move on to the cradle. Perhaps the Grove, if they are able to shove their way through into something else. But we are going to be jumping in to the next sector right now, and we're having a little boogie in spawn. A shout out to Air Ninja. Getting a bit funky there, having a good time. Oh, there it is. It's back, Imp. It's back.
Oh.
Iron Fist is here. Or not. No.
It was a good trip. Yeah. Well, we were thinking that maybe, we're gonna, quickly get the town hall back out again. It's just completely taken out because they said we have to cast. It's just a little bit too cheap. So Insecure is gonna be on the Black Panther pick here. They are smelling blood in the water. They say, if the first one is that successful, I'm happy to back. I believe BkWhatOCE is gonna quickly give a little bit of a buff to Insecure. So, when he does get the Spear Rends in, the reset is going to be just fine after the spear. And likewise, Swinburne here, they are finding a little bit of rhythm here, but they're going to have to find Air Ninja really quickly. Air Ninja, it's a good little attempt, sacrifice and Dance of the Devil just there. That's not something that they want to be playing. On a smash onto the side, they can dagger into the bond, and then immediately they are trying to cut them off. That's not enough into the planning phase just yet, as the damage is not enough. God of Mischief is going to be putting it through. Here comes another bit of Eternal Bond, and there is more spots just going to be coming. Going to give him that room to maneuver, but he is going to get taken down.
That's it, gonna get taken down. Smiles out of the equation, does open up the account for Swinburne here to take a bit of control, but in Turcoin 53, we'll be able to take one with him as well before going down here. So Ninja, look to keep the pressure up. It's the best boom! Finds Golomyo there. That's big focus onto the strategist in the backline here. We'll see if they are going to be able to get more from it as they stick back for the second here. But being able to take advantage of these high mobility characters, RMIT have a big area of focus there. Swinburne, one in the save. They have to maintain control. They found their Ninja. Now RMIT starting at a disadvantage. Insert Coin 53 is out of here. And Swinburne are looking strong on the defense.
Yeah, here comes Goddess of Death. Looking at the cutoff. Funds Kettle. That's not what you want to be seeing. And Moxico survives as well. So they are going to say no to the Mantis, which... Actually, no. I think it's just switch between the characters. So Delta is going to be on the Mantis instead. And Moxico is back onto the Hela, where we saw Moxicos do plenty of good work 2 weeks ago. And now, you know, they are going to find that 55%. Here comes Ninja coming in, maybe getting a little bit. Oh, immediately CC'd in. Golomyo's going to be traded. Looking at the Strengthening Prison as well, but the Dance of the Butterfly is just going to be channeled into the Oblivion. Kaguya are looking to maybe get some more DPS, but they are trying to separate the fight. This pick is just not working out for Insect Coin as the rest of Swinburne. They are having all the fun in the world with this second round.
Yeah, let's see. They are going to be able to do. Going into the next portion here. Time is going up, the percentage going up very hastily for Swinburne here. RMIT need to lock on and lock in sooner rather than later. They're dealing a lot of damage here, but the walls have come up. They must bypass them, get onto the mission area. Here we go. Insert Coin 53's down. They have traded onto Golomyo, though. Eternal Bond going to be online. So Seduction keeping them in place. Chocolate Bean going to be keen to get some KOs here. Delta bringing out the Soul Resurgence. They're doing whatever they can to hold on to this mission area right now. It definitely comes with a fair share of difficulty. Speaking of Moxicles, brings out the Hela and is unleashed onto the mission area. They're blocking the shield, but they still yield results. The damage is tremendous. And Insert Coin 53 comes in for revenge and avenges their teammates to get control.
Oh boy. I mean, at least we finally get it right. Noble BP, we are going to get an Iron Fist. Is it too late? One has to think about it because it's not enough against 40. The rest of Swinburne, they are pretty relaxed. Still, I do feel like they do quite well. Smiles was dangerously low. You can't really be tanking that one as much as you can. But in the meantime, here comes the Sonic Discussion. Looking at that backline, finds a hold on. What's a hold on to a whole bunch of DPS flying at your face? Meanwhile, God of Mischief looking to find a Strangleton Prison right here. Looking to get a sort of schedule for the defense. But they are all locked up and they're just ready to be cleaned up. Meanwhile, Keto looking to maybe get something through, but it's going to be cut off at the same time. Panda getting the Dark Cloak. Maybe, but nothing yet. Moxicles is going to be sharp enough. That's Kaguya is just going to go down. You can see Instant Coin definitely trying to get it. Finds Moxicles into the retreat. Will be a little bit of bad news, but here comes a portal as well. Outside looking to do the final little bit of a cleanup. They don't want to be using this for no reason. 99 against 87% as Smiles and ODR. They do find a little bit more solid discussion. Going to be danced around with Dance of the Butterfly as well. Sugar Daddy is gone. But here comes a little bit of a grab. They are looking to maybe find something. But I feel like there's not enough, but the final portal is still going to be working out.
Still going to be working out. Still going to be playing into the mix here. Eternal Born going to be on a line for Zoom in there. See what they can come up with. Oh, Living Chi! They're going to be focused up here. Agamotto comes out from Moxicles, locking them down for a second. Not going to be able to get the KO through from it though. Insert Coin 53. Still doing whatever they can. And the KOs are coming through. Smiles works together with them. RMIT are locking it in. Smiles is trying to get those slashes through. Insert Coin 53. Moving their way over. Pushing their way past the Everfrost. OTR gets it done in the end. And that's map number 1, Emperor ZK, claimed by RMIT.
Well, I was rooting for Swimmer to capture that second one, but it's not going to be working out for them. I felt like they were in control most of the map until the end, where we did see the switch, where we did see a whole bunch of things that was not supposed to work out on the side of RMIT, and OTR here, 24 kills, super huge. Definitely just waited for his opportunities. I don't think he was ever in a position of danger where he let his team down, or to be caught off guard. But same can't be said for Instant Coin 53. We saw him going in and out as the BP. Didn't really have the same effect that we would have liked him to have. He should have just stuck with with that. That's you only heard that from us, right? Anyways, it is victory number 1 for RMIT. They're gonna be quick to dismantle the side of Swinburne, where they said, "Yep, we can acknowledge that you have some good potentials here and there, but as soon as we analyze, we are gonna have to come back really quickly," which is what we saw on that round number 2. So. It'll be interesting to see what's going to be the switch up.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the switch up is going to turn into as well there, Amp. We've seen some decent potential come out of game number 1 here of the series, but I'm curious what is going to be online for there beyond into the series. I think that there's definitely a lot that we can take into consideration here. I think both rosters are looking to give it their absolute best, but we'll see how things fare once we advance into Yggdrasil Path. Very eager to go to Yggsgard. It's time to get back onto the convoy again. Looks like everybody loves this here convoy map. So excited to see how it goes. I think it's definitely a nice flow to the way that this map goes. I know all the teams have a good inkling of how they want to approach it. Very eager to see some cheeky angles be activated here by one or both of the rosters. I think, yeah, they can do a lot with it.
There is definitely a lot of flexibility coming in from both sides. And I'm personally a fan. Give us another, pick and protect, ban and protect base right here. We'll be happy to see a lot more wilder things to be out of the gate, where, we had a shake pretty much onto everything. Torch was out in the gates. Ultron is there. We can play into the Punisher. Or actually, you can play into the Phoenix. You can play into any team ups, and potentially that front line. Could have just been looking to completely douse where we saw a Groot out of nowhere, right? Like, we don't see a Groot into this current meta, because I feel like personally it has been lessened into his potential power in the beginning, whereas season 2 and beginning was a lot more better. But yeah, once again, right out of the gates is that Cap and Luna completely out of here.
They're out of here. So, not going to be seeing Smiles Captain America activated this time around. It will be relegated out, but we do see Luna Snow banned out as well. So, a target banning Moxicles there, perhaps, and taking the Luna for their own. So, now going to be trading strategists this time. We've got the Loki locked out and locked in. So, good to see that both teams are, trying to give and take at the moment.
Yeah, this is a little bit different, and I feel like it's okay, because where we saw that first map, the power of Loki on both sides was definitely flexed out. Luna, meanwhile, out of the gates. It's okay, I guess. I mean, like, it's not the most highest priority coming in, but RMIT wants to be respectful. There is a targeted ban onto a Cloak and Dagger. Now, this puts things into perspective. I don't fully agree with the ban, because there is a Loki on the other side. If you do ban out the Cloak and Dagger, it does open yourself up to further mentices. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's something that they would have, just done as a measure. And so a Captain America and a Magneto ban puts things into more perspective. Is that there's no mag on the side of RMIT. I don't feel like it's going to be the biggest problem into it. But then they respond with a ban on Ultron, which is still, just open. There's still too many things that can be played out. The Iron Iron Fist is gonna be available. You know, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, it's going to be available and ready to wreak havoc. We'll see what they can do. And let's see what we are going to be able to manage here. Ooh, Psylocke locked in. And it's time
The right heroes
to
can make
log
all
this
the
out. Jonclafine, immediate lock in on the Emma, and Smiles one and the same, looking like a replication, or not, of the last, there we go, of the last game there. So very eager to see how things will progress into this one. Insert Coin 53 is trying to claim their game here, bringing out the Iron Fist of Doom into this one, and very keen to see how it all plays out as we jump into the fray right now. It's time to get down to business on Convoy here. Time to see who can claim their victory.
Hi, we have Punisher.
Stay strong.
Always
Yeah.
a welcome sight right there. You know what I mean?
Look at us.
It's just, oh, yes, the best angles and the best emote in the whole game. Air Ninja showing us exactly why he's got it. Yes, and you know, a very nice view coming in. Shout out to TwoTap for getting this one through. On the opposite side, we're also building a castle, not a snowman, but we're building. But yes, give it up to RMIT versus Swimgirl once again, duking it out onto Yggdrasil. This Convoy map is gonna be absolutely lit.
That's it. Let's see how it all goes down. And big damage already coming over the top here. OTR. Oh, look at that. Locked in. But they are going to get locked out. Moxicles clean with it on the storm. And we'll be looking to see if they can storm ahead for more KOs in their favor. They hold this choke point with such strength.
I feel like, you know, where we saw ODR do so well. And then afterwards, it was just Moxicles reminding everyone that we play. As I just think that all three on the backline just completely dies out. And the rest of RMIT is here to just finish it off. They grab and continuously do well. They are going to be looking on point to capture. And then the response is not going to be one of those that we see regularly. Moxicles Megawas has switched to the Strange. So we are just be looking at a current portal, but is that gonna make it? Because yes, there is gonna be the place, so that's gonna be good. But oh my god, Ninja, Smiles, there's too many targets.
That's it. Insert Coin 53 going to be on their path of destruction there. And it works out wonderfully for RMIT. The power of the Iron Fist is proving to be a worthy foe. But we are now going to flow in to the second portion of the map as they pass that first checkpoint and are looking to give it even more. So, to get down to this one now, see who will be able to get the damage across on this one. OTR, good for it. Final Judgment coming out from Kaguya there. Here we go. Trying their best to focus them down. Swinburne desperately trying to clear the mission vehicle here. But no one's in line of sight, so that's a good escape. OTR now straight into the range of Ultron, but the runes will keep them up. Not Delta, though. Delta's down, and now everybody's going down. It's a Coin 53 causing destruction. Look at these KOs, Eb. It's all working out for the Iron Fist. And RMIT get the job done.
I did say, you know, just sit on it, sit on the Iron Fist, and you'll be just fine. In the meantime, that second point, pretty much no contest at all, and they've been locked away. This is rough. If I had to say that, you know, have we seen a few rough ones? We definitely have. And in the meantime, you know, it's just they have to come out of the gate and they have to deal with a little bit more. Look how confident Smiles just walks up. Knows that he can be trusting the backline to be doing a lot more. Goes in and out. Not even close. And then at the same time, there's just no punishment. Omega Hurricane, though, maybe find a little bit at the backline. Like, it's just immediate defensive old truck straight up.
All straight up and all straight in here. We'll see. They are going to be able to find out of this. Feast of the Abyss coming out there, and Ninja locks down the KO on a Jonquil Fiend. Looking for more. Moxicles and Kaguya are down. Swinburne relegated to spawn right now. They got the Groot, but they are going to be held back. Big pressure coming out from RMIT. Range of Ultron coming through from OTR. They're going to be able to keep their team alive. Flipping Chi coming out as well. Encirclement 53 is trying to shut them down. Power to keep them in spawn. Will they be able to find a KO? Maybe not. Oh, maybe now. They're close. Moxicles is down. Good assistance from the team there. Swinburne desperately trying to power ahead. They've at least got Golem bringing out the strategist ultimate, but it's still not enough here. They're staggering through one after the other into this one. 4.44 meters. And the fate of both worlds could be what gets RMIT over the line.
Oh, and the hunt down onto Moxicles. It's going to be a problem as they find Golem once again. And it's just everyone trying to flex their best in, trying to save it, but Fist of the Beast onto the lockdown. And that is unfortunate. It is going to be great on the side of RMIT, you know, 3 minutes and 29. Not even like, you know, under a minute. They say we have to go with 3.5. So Swinburne, definitely something to be considering right now. Is it going to be the same? Are they going to be able to catch up, or is it going to be even worse? You know, time can only tell, but a lot of focus definitely comes in onto the current peak because things are not working out. You know, we don't really get that Swinburne magic that's happening. Like, we've seen them do it over and over and over, but right now it's just, there's no contest, there's no like feel into it. You know, the team feels like that they are lagging behind at about 2 seconds at a pace. And so, you know, we'll see if Swinburne is going to be able to find that kind of the same success and put it back into RMIT. Whether that will be the, you know, first thing that they do, because we do have to watch long.
Get ready.
That's it. Gonna bring everything online here. One thing that I do see right now, though, is Sugar is bringing out Human Torch here. So that definitely could be a very changing factor for Swinburne here. They might be able to burn through the front line of RMIT. You might be able to burn Groot down. That would be a big impact. We found from a triple Vanguard setup, by the way, Emp. This is huge for holding down the mission vehicle, having so much pressure from those Vanguards, and health is so puffed up. We'll see if Swinburne can break in.
Yeah, it's like, you know, nothing beats 3 tanks and 3 heals, right? They are ready to just continuously play. You know what, Swinburne is that consistency. The good thing is that they have to push, so at least the DPS is going to be huge. But at the same time, they are going to find Insect Point, which is rather a funny one, you know, because the range of motion is going to come through. They are going to put up the cover, and at the same time, yeah, they have to see the torch. Thing is down, which is a little bit of a bad news, but BRB is going to be able to bring it back. Sugar Daddy, very, very high up. It's going to get punished instantly. And so Fatal Breath Throws is going to be utilized. You can see they're trying to desperately make an advance, but they've lost Air Ninja in the second. And Swinburne have to maybe get a little bit of a pace. I mean, I'll give it to them right now. We'll see if RMIT decides to step it up.
Yeah, we'll see if they are going to be able to step it up here. They are going to have to put in quite a bit of work in order to hold this one down. OTR, like holding it back. Strangling Prison is available for Insert Coin, though. Would be good here. Smiles, though, does find a rocket around the back. Ayavamoto coming through as well. Not going to be doing anything. Fate of Both Worlds going to allow them to power through it. Maelstrom doing absolutely nothing as well. But Moxicles is doing everything. Ooh, finding all the hits with their ult. But they are going to be forced to fall back. Goddess of Death does not have an extended duration there, but Supernova does. And Psionic Seduction, Eternal Bond, everything. It's time for the Hulk to come out as well. OTR finally meets their demise. Moxicle's eyes on the prize here. Try and see if they can get more. Insert Coin 53. Great for the Strangling Prison there. Keeps them in place, but Ghetto are going to be going down on the opposing side here. And Ninja does find the trade, though. One in the same. Insert Coin's down. Zoom and Fender's down. And Swinburne are finding a way back.
And this is something that we're looking for. Swinburne definitely. With that little bit of an extra damage, they say it's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, Rage of Ultra onto the side. Not the greatest of the angles, but you will have to be doing as much as they can. As that first point contested just off now, but they've lost energy in the second. OTR also going down for pretty much nothing. I don't know if I really agree, but every one of them just fell into it by themselves, one after another. The dominoes, it's not the effect that you're supposed to be having. RMIT looking a little bit lost in this second, but I guess they don't really have to do too much in this game. They can look to just keep on farming those ults and look to play the ultimate delay game. Meanwhile, though, here we go. Do we get a cannonball delivery here? As Karakara goes down, maybe we will find one of those pesky flyers completely taken down.
Could find something on its way through here, Mr. Amp. We'll see. They are going to be able to catch something over the side here. Just stuck in the choke point right now. Big choke slam, though, does allow them to start to get to fruition. Psionic seduction coming through. Got us a death from Moxicles, though. Could allow them to break over this one. They're trying to pump the damage. Bump it in. Oh, do get the KO onto Insert Coin 53 there. Looking for more as well. OTR in a bit of trouble, but they are forced back down to the ground. So here comes the Eternal Bond from the Zoom and Panda. OTR finds the torch as well. But they come back. The BRB beacons online. Moxicles is down, however, and they are looking for more and more. Hulk smashes here, and Ninja looking to do whatever they can with this one. Rage of Ultron, OTR is locked in. Golem Yo's down, and there's more to follow. But there we go, Amp. They force them back so far away.
And that's what they were looking for. They finally found that little bit of a play. You can see just how fast they wanted to turn to Sugar Daddy as well. Like, yes, if you're going to be playing the Twitch, that's going to be great, but how good are you at it to protect yourself from a Hulk and from a Ultron? And I feel like, you know, that question is something that they have to be asking as hospitals. Yes, they can rather unconvincingly right there. That shouldn't be something that's happening, but there is going to be a BK, there is a revive coming out into OTR. Meanwhile, it's going to be pushed back, realizes that it doesn't want to have that early close duel with a push coming as well. And Kaguya gets frozen right there, could have been dangerous. And key factors is RMIT has finally found a foothold. Meanwhile, Swinburne should be playing into this one for Kaguya and Sugar Daddy by Rage of Ultra. It's going to be activated first. I have AGON on the side, try to maybe find something. But it is going to be 2 kills going down with the side of RMIT. Swinburne pick up some nice little bit of a play, but Moxicles gets very lived upon, and there is going to be the play. Goddess of Death is going to be used just to save themselves. Golem Yo is completely taken out.
That's it. Going to be taken out there, and I'm looking to see if they can find something more. So OTR focused up on the rocket there. Ooh, not going to be able to trickle the damage in, but can certainly trickle in many more things than just that. Only seductions online as well. Here we go. This is big. They're capturing all enemies. Sugar's in trouble. Oh, they could get caught. Oh my goodness, they do get away from it. I can't believe that. But they're still fighting on. They're gonna give it their absolute best here.
Oh no. Oh no. With that little bit of a stagger KO, they really can't have this happening because they want to, yeah, you're going to get exiled up. You can't just bring it out. You don't have no room, so there is no portal to be had. So RMIT completely disrupting their flow, and they have certainly proved themselves to be the victors of tonight. Bring it over 3-1 against Swinburne into that final scoreline. And of course, OTR right here with the Ultron pick. Plenty of menacing plays, and of course the biggest one is that Rage of Ultron completely on deck every single time.
That's it. Out of time, and they will make it there. So, solid stuff coming out from RMIT here. They will be able to find a successful victory, but, you know, things were looking pretty solid, I'd say, from Swinburne at multiple points there as well. Like, I think that Moxicle's definitely locked in. They managed to pump up the volume to intense levels there. You know, I think that there's a reason that they earned SVP on their own team there. You know, 10 final hits. They pumped up 23k damage, which is the most in the lobby, if I'm not mistaken. So, really impressed with what they were able to do there. But, you know, just really solid numbers coming out across both teams there. Huge impact, and very eager to see if a Swinburne might be able to get a win through next week instead, because I feel like there was definitely room for possibilities there for them. But RMIT, they just managed to find ways through any obstacle that they were faced with. I was really impressed with how they managed to find ways to even spawn trap their opponents towards the end of that one there. You know, I think there's definitely good potential that's being built upon for both rosters over time. But RMIT, you know, thinking of them between last season and now, I feel like they've gone leaps and bounds above what they thought they were capable of.
Yeah, that's definitely something to be considered. You know, while there's potential on the side of Swinburne, there is still, you know, just not enough in the tank for this week. Even with good plays, I feel like that's still something of consistency that the team has to synergize. But yeah,
that's it. But we'll get right into more of that in just a second, Ep. We have a little surprise on our hands. We have an interview with KWhatOCE!
Yes. Hello.
Welcome. Big congrats to you and the team on the win there. You know, it seemed like you guys were feeling pretty confident. And I guess jumping into that one, you know, what was kind of the strategy coming into the game? Like, was there target bans coming in, or what was going down?
Yeah, there was we were really focusing on our ban phase this time. Again, you know, with last game, and all the games before it, I think our ban phase has been a really big focus of how we play the game and everything, and just playing around our picks, like particularly with our DPS and stuff like that. Yeah.
fair enough. And then, you know, just expanding upon that, we do see you guys, you know, having the Mantis fully prioritized in the beginning. Is that something that the current team synergy likes to, you know, fully develop? Because, you know, obviously it's very strong when it comes down to offering all the full utilities.
Yeah, no, definitely. We definitely love running the Mantis. Just the damage boost with the time dives is really good. It's a little iffy in like ranked, but when you have like comms and a whole team that's playing around it, and Mantis is like decreased heals, it's a lot easier and it works a lot better. So yeah.
Yeah, great to see your, I guess, insight into that. But I guess playing into, you know, the composition there with Vanguard players like Smiles, who are very in your face Vanguard players. How do you adapt around like that kind of play style with them?
I honestly, the way I see it is it's like front to back. If you're having trouble with the front line, then you need to be looking at their back line. You know, because the front line can't really do their job if their whole back line is dead, you know?
Yeah, I completely understand there. You got to support your strategists, you know, you got to keep the ones that keep you alive as long as possible. So great to see that there. But yeah, congrats to you and the team once again on taking away the victory there. We definitely appreciate you coming on board for the interview with us tonight as well. And yeah, we hope to see you again soon.
Yes. It was a good win. A really good birthday present for Smiles, you know, for his 26th birthday. So.
Oh, happy birthday,
Smiles. Awesome. All right, so great to get the insights from KWhatOCE. You know, I think it's nice to have a new face each time, and you know, it's great to get all different perspectives from various different players from each individual roster. You know, I think it's nice to build that personality from the teams there. But definitely excited for what else is going to be on the horizon for every team within this competition. You know, it's great to see the players thriving, doing whatever they can, you know, inside the Elite Series, outside the Elite Series. It's great to see that they are thriving. But you know what else is thriving? Our last series of the night, we are going to take a look at UNSW taking on a QUT to finalize our proceedings here for the evening. And I am so keen to see how these teams perform. You know, UNSW at the top of the board there, QUT trying to claw away and show UNSW's mortality here. Which team will find victory? We're going to find out.
This is one of the situations where we save the best for last. UNSW representing them. It's going to be Frost, Runk, Leak. You win the one. Steve and Ozzy. On the side of QT, you have Jade, Daughters, Rexy, Scamazon, Omni-Man, and Juicy. This is the ones we've been watching out for. You know, we've been looking and casting away throughout the whole night. We've been pretty excited. And of course, we can never be even more excited for number 1 and 2 to be duking it out. Last week, we did see UNSW handling it, you know, and just having a great run. But then we saw QUT also, you know, just having a very stellar performance. And they did say, you know, UNSW is definitely the one to be looking at.
That's it. You know, definitely a team to be looking at there. There's a reason that they are at the top of the ladder at the moment. You know, they've managed to go undefeated throughout the season there. But I think that a team to really prove themselves and showcase some of the mortality there is going to be QUT. You know, I think they have a really strong roster as well. But speaking of our strengths, we are going to showcase the strengths of both rosters onto our opening map of Krakoa. So, great to see this one again. You know, we saw a little bit of it earlier tonight, and now we're going to see it all over again. So, great to kick this one off very, very hastily here. Krakoa, I know there's no place I'd rather be.
Yes. Once we do have Krakoa, you just want to, like, you know, stay in Krakoa. That's just the way, you know, the map is supposed to be. There's some really nice angles, I have to say. You know, Krakoa is not for the faint of hearted. It definitely is one of those that you have to clamp down immediately and just, you know, start taking all the rest of the map. I feel like it also opens up a very unique set of ban and protect phase, especially focused around the tank. Because if you do get a ban on that, it's just a little bit of a devastation. But in the meantime, you know, we are always going to start off with the immediate torch ban, which I'm assuming that's going to be through, unless we're looking at the full targeted ban. It could be there you go, the Luna stock's completely out of here. It's been crashed, and both sides says we don't want to be dealing with. QT now has the full protect of the cloak and dagger first, so the utilization definitely a little bit more different, where they say we can handle it. Doesn't matter how you're going to be playing. The BP being banned down is also very targeted as well. They want anything to do with the class targets. Mantis onto the side, which I'm, you know, once again a massive fan of. You know, get that DPS buff up, get something like that provided into your DPS. You know, the result is just absolutely devastating.
Yeah, that's right. Going to be absolutely devastating there, and we're eager to see the devastation come into full effect as we are getting our next ban on the board here. What could it be? I know Mantis is online, but what is next to go offline? It is Mantis and our Cloak and Dagger. So UNSW are going to take away the capabilities of the Mantis there from QUT, but Cloak is now unavailable for UNSW as well. So that does take away one of those priority strategist ultimates there. So very curious to see how they can overcome this. Well, with the Magneto is how UNSW wants to overcome it. And I definitely have seen some fantastical plays with Magnetos before. And I think that this game will be no exception, as Loki is going to be locked out and locked in for QUT. So it's just, you take one, yeah, no, I'll take it away. Every single turn of this draft phase, isn't it, Em?
Yeah, this is like all 6 onto the strategists coming in from QT. They're just saying there's no shot that I'm going to give you, you know, your best pick. So, I don't know. I mean, coming from UNSW, having that Magneto Protect, I guess, is going to be something that they rather be having than not having. But yeah, it's something that I'm a little bit curious at to see exactly where they want to align themselves. In the meantime, QT, the ban onto the BP is only going to be the biggest here. Both sides is just aiming at that back. They say we have plenty in the tank to be dealing with. But in the meantime, they have to know that there is going to be a torch in play here. Because there's no ban into it, they're just going to have to continuously deal with this pressure. I'm very intrigued to see how it's going. Meanwhile, QT does have Omni-Man, so we are gonna get an Iron Fist in the minimum. So in the meantime, we see as well. We have seen the full play into the tanks coming into a dive comp. Will be okay, especially onto a map like this. It's rather quick, you'd rather be there as always to annoy the back, and that's something that they can look to even disrupt. So we'll see. Both sides has the same kind of idea, but the competition, it's a rather sticky situation.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Here
Got
we
it?
go. We are jumping in to the opening phase here. The mission area unlocks in 20, and we'll see how plentiful amounts of KOs are going to fare here. It's a face-off of the Venoms right now. Ooh, they're getting groovy. Hold them down, getting groovy. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. When you have a dance off in the beginning, that's always going to be a good time. Here was Frost. Getting Pharaoh lift the phone was not what you want to be seeing, but that does keep a little bit more going through. Obviously, we got to remember the team up is still there, and Wolverine team up with the Phoenix here. Yeah, it's some scary stuff. In the meantime, QT buying a lot more room. They are making sure that unit is going to put a nice little bit of an extra life off at Jay. It's gonna be the first target. QT also goes down here. Hang on a second. While there is some really nice hits coming through, it's gonna be invested by QT a little bit more room. But the rest of Unit SW, they are still very happy to be playing. Here comes Jeff, looking at it. He's gonna find 5 on the teammate instead. Oh my god, that's just one of those moments that just happens, doesn't it?
My anger is purged. The mission area is yours.
Oh. That's what you thought. QT had the early little bit of a steam engine going. Right now, it's all fast smoke. There's just not enough where they are making the difference, and I think that they are going to have to wait for a little bit to see if there is going to be the spree ready to go. Pull over anything that they do find the target. Because if Frost super confident to just run up, but Juicy here taking out, it's a little bit of a rough one. SW, Supernova right on deck, and with a Meteor M, you can't really be flying into it. It's just gonna be used as a zoning tool, as his second. All of the side here, all they're doing is just concentrate. Meanwhile, there is gonna be the final stand. There is gonna be the 2 KOs here from Omni-Man and Scamazon, and that's what you need when you are trying to take the point.
Mission area. Keep going. Control lost.
You should all be very
Double KO.
Uh-oh. That's a bit of an issue when the front line is going to be the powerful one. And I feel like this little bit of a play is not being fully respected when you do have the Magneto. Remember, Magneto can actually burst quite well still with the boosted mag. Yeah, that's something something that if you just not look into it, your backline gets melted instead for no reason. Meanwhile, Frost just jumps in, jumps back. They are going to invest money into him just to keep him alive. But that bomb is also going to be thrown as well by Aussie. Here comes the Son of Sebastian, but I Am Steve is at the back, also just fighting away with a supernova, just like that. Gonna activate, looking at those key targets at the back. Meteor ammo to the side, looking at the lick, yeah, he gets taken out here. And all that plan has thoroughly prepared by Unit SW, completely dismantled by QUT.
Their team's attacking progress has passed the halfway point. I am here. I'll get you next time. For the boost.
Oh, and this is gonna be one of those seconds. Oh, here comes Jeff! Do we get anything? I don't see it, but Omni-Man is gonna be the one to keep it rolling. Double kills. Oh, hang on a second. Wrong for 3? I did not see that. That's a bit of an issue here. And Sony Inferno looking to delay it, and maybe we'll be looking to see a little bit more. But yeah, this is huge coming in. There's gonna be OT that's gonna be triggered, and you have QUT. There is the full play. Do we have more? Do we have more into the tank? 99% to 85. It's actually not that much of a difference here. Here comes the boost. They have 2 ready to go, and a little bit more by extension. Meanwhile, our resurgence immediately. Meteor amp with the back. Here comes the dunk. Doesn't really get the value that looking for. You are the one trying to open this one up, and everyone else on the side of Unit SW is trying to go through to the side, looking to pack around the backline. The room's gonna be here, and they are looking for the targets for the donors. Looking to the dive. There is gonna be a little bit more. He's gonna be utilized by Jay, and the rest of Unit SW squad. While they have made a little bit more room, they are also finding all the targets, and one by one, they are just making that difference, and that OT is going to swing all the way back. Do we have anything else? Because this is going to be the final play. I believe that is pretty much it. And that is going to be the first one, exploding into Krakoa. Unit SW, finding that first one. It's huge. It's an unbelievable thing. And I gotta say, you know, we are on point for even more greatness. Woo! That gives me a little bit of time to just relax up, because that was kind of crazy. I gotta admit, both Unit SW and QT, they have the right idea. They sort of had the same idea. Even though we saw a QT, you know, dismantling all the operations, all the thoughts and headers of Unit SW. You see, a final push from Unit SW is just fear. And they go into it, they feed into the fear, and they say, we are not afraid. And you know, I think this 1 second is that Unit SW, oh, we are gonna have a little bit of a pause just up there.
Ooh, and this is interesting timing here, you know, from Juicy and Co. Curious to see what they are going to be able to flow together. Jumping into the next sector here. Definitely curious what they could do here. What they might be able to maneuver. Coming in to the next portion of this one, Amp, but definitely good timing, I suppose, on a pause, so they can take some time to compose themselves heading into this next portion of the game, as they have to really consider their options here, figure things out, and determine the best course of action.
Yeah. Also gives us a good chance to also have some water, because I know we're going to be losing our voices casting to this one, you know, between Unit SW and QT. Both sides has already shown that they are very, very good at this game. Team synergy is there. They know exactly how to be playing it, and I feel like we don't see as much setups throughout the whole competition until we find this too, where they say, you know, our intents are clear. You know, everyone can see exactly what our formula is going to be and how we're going to be playing the opposition. competition, and they say we don't feed into the chaos. Ours is a more controlled version, and it's a lot more better to be viewing as well because I see what they're doing, and if it works out, perfect. If it doesn't work out, unbelievable. I cannot believe they prepared so much, and it just fell to nothingness.
That's right. Fell to nothingness, just like Thanos. They gave it a snap, and away they go. But we'll see what is going to be flowing into the next portion of this endeavor here. The adventure has only just begun, and we are going to be sliding into the next portion very, very soon, Mr. Amp. But I'm very excited to see what is going to be coming through for the next portion. We've had some really great potential coming through from the rosters so far. Like, thinking about statistics-wise, right? I'd say that the top contenders would be probably I Am Steve, taking away the top damage on the torch there. And I think Yo Wang the One has been making some pretty great impact on the Magneto there. But obviously, you got to think to the other side of things. You think about Omni-Man. I think they've taken away a pretty impressive amount of KOs themselves. I think they've got 10 to their name, if I'm not mistaken, comparable to 14 for I Am Steve and Yo Wang the One. So, it's a pretty even spread, but obviously there's more KO potential being activated on one side, on the UNSW side, rather, than the QUT side there at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's one of those points where you just have to admit the team is quite good all around. You can't really pick out who's the biggest, star performer coming in because everyone's just doing their thing. They all know when to, pick and choose on where the DPS is going to be, and then how they aim at it is just the thing that separates them from the rest of the competition. And I feel like QT at this second also has the same idea. They did play into it. A lot of the times they weren't expecting that Jeff is going to come out. But I do have to say, can we please get a clip onto when I think it was Runk? It got his whole team all 5 of them. That was just next level. And then we have to turn it into a meme because after he did that, he did another one. He actually caught 3 on the opposing side. And that was the redemption. It's just absolute amazing stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's great to see those redeeming plays come through from our players there. Really make or break moments, because it could turn the tide of everything, like making one impactful play turn you in your favor, one impactful ultimate for that matter, turn you in favor, and, it could just really turn the tides of everything. But as we did hear from Accelerate early in the broadcast, right, I'd say that it is a very strategist-centric meta at the moment, where it really depends on who's able to get the most out of their strategist ultimates. That's why you find trending into a lot of the fights lately is that it'll be a case of who activates their strategist ultimates first and who's able to react thereafter that normally might be able to get on top of a fight. Right? It really comes down to just holding on to something like the Eternal Bond or the Fate of Both Worlds, most importantly, as long as you possibly can. Because if both teams have that access to something like the Lunar Snow, one might activate it and the other one kind of waits it out a little bit, then they just activate it thereafter. And then theirs is going to be activated for longer because they activated it later. And then once the first team's Fate of Both Worlds is deactivated, then your team still has those benefits and you're able to just basically wipe them up. Well, in theory. It doesn't always go that way, but, in theory, that's how it should go. So, yeah, it's interesting to see, I guess, the battle of those timings and the impact of those strategist ultimates coming through time and time again into a lot of fights there now.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you do see a very big focus onto the betting away. Both sides have said no to the strategists. And one of those things that you have to think about is that we do have the game back in the meantime, and obviously we do have to be looking at it. Do we get a little bit more coming through? Amazon will start trying to get some DPS. Gotta be very careful. Very big DPS onto the leg. Here comes Jeff. Finds his torch. Yep, and that's pretty much gonna be the punish as well. No wrong. Yep, and that's pretty much that's a Wolverine. Doing the Wolverine thing. Absolutely amazing stuff. And you gotta give it to Omni-Man. Every time we think, you know, the game is pretty much over, we have Omni-Man just diving in and says, here comes a little bit more damage, Bob. I'm ready to get that DPS through. And the rest of UNSW, they have felt that way.
Yeah, they definitely felt the impact of that, and we'll see. There's going to be more impacts felt in a second here. We have an End Song Inferno online from Scamazon, but here we go. Going to be seeing the Eternal Bond come out from Jay there. Frost has gone down to Omni-Man, though. That's a big pickup coming through. We'll see if they can catch anyone else off guard here. Juicy preparing themselves for battle as well, but Meteors are proving to be quite dangerous here. You're going to one. Picking up slowly but carefully. Supernova time, here we go! Meteor online as well, Eternal Bond, boom, goes down. They aren't able to get as much from it as they would hope for, but the damage is certainly going to be significant. Scamazon wanting the same and trying their best to get something through from this, but they don't get anything. Donna's tries to activate as well. They are going to be able to pick up the Battle of the Magnetos, it would appear. So, bye Magneto. And goodbye to Jeff as well in a second, maybe. Oh no, a little bit too slippery. Scamazon trying their best to shut down Jeff, but just can't get it done in the end there. My goodness.
Yeah. How dare you underestimate that Jeff? Hey, look. I think, you know, give credit where it's due. It was a huge gamble and wrong. I definitely didn't want to be in that position, but I had to be. And thankfully enough, you know, you went the one pop with him to make sure that he's going to be protected. Meanwhile, it's not going to be living after that. Amazon immediately there is going to be the trade as well. Do we think about that kind of a trade? I guess we'll just have to take it. Whether you're down a DPS or not, that's going to be fine. But down a healer, that's going to be fine. Meanwhile, there is gonna be the God of Mystery. Here comes the ball looking at the down here. He does not find anything as Omni went. He is gonna find you went the one out here, and there is gonna be the rest here. Frost trying to stay alive as much as he can to the fight about there. Here comes Supernova. Do we get some more damage here?
Oh, I reckon we might just get some more damage here. Oh, maybe not. Omni-Man has brought out the hero of Kunlun, the Iron Fist, taking out all the KOs in their favor and looking to get many, many more. Juicy trying to shut down the Jeff. The damage is good. Runkle Bunting trying to fall back, and they will be taken out. A big staggered KO coming through for QUD there. They can really take their percentage to another level on this one. One last fight could be all it takes to try and flip the tides here. UNSW have no ults. Maybe Jeff time in a second, but that's really all they can rely on, Eb. This is a tough battle ahead.
Oh, this is definitely rough. Look at the Twitch trying to escape. He shows from his team. They're gonna find Rexy though. That's kind of a huge loss. Honors is also gone. I'm not sure if I fully agree. This Instant Inferno looking, trying to get the DPS down. That's not going to be enough as Jay is going to get taken out of here. Scammers are being brought back into He's trying to focus down to that front line. But he dives through his doom in this OT. All of a sudden, switch back into UNSW. Like, I need to get a replay back on what happened into the beginning where we lost Rexy on the side of QT. And then just from there, you know, Frost and You Are the One just kept on tanking that front. They just kept on fighting it. And Steve, he stayed alive. How he stayed alive, I don't know. But I can only thank that Leaking Aussie Runk was already pretty much focused on that aspect. And here comes the Living Tree. Let's see what's going to be. Do we get the DPS? It's so close. But he's also been punished just as much as well. But doing that DPS, he knows that he needs to make sure that it comes through. But he doesn't get it. And he is going to get taken down. But what that's going to be Steve instead. Here comes the dunk. Do we look at it? Do we see it? We see nothing. And here comes Jeff. And yep, that's going to be it.
Yeah, not much coming out from the Jeff time there, but at least they got their teammates to try and deliver some further impact into this one. You're weighing the one. The B holding on to their Meteor M as well. Omni-Man straight onto the strategists. Two down and maybe more to follow. You're weighing the one, bringing out the Meteor M here, trying to get the boom down. Not going to be able to get much from it at all. Rexy 42's Eternal Bond has gone offline, but QUT are still online. giving it their absolute best here. Frost pressed against it, trying their best to hold on to the mission area. QUT, fight as they might, they are not able to take away this fight yet. Portal comes through from Scamazon. They're doing whatever they can to get on top of this one. OT timer still primed and good to go. And without a portal, there's no way in, no way back. And that will be the point claimed by QUT.
Competitive. We are not done just yet. This first map is full contention. Both sides showing that they're able to play it to perfection. I do have to say, like, a quick switch from QT Omni-Man, all of a sudden just enabled Juicy to get a lot more through.
30 seconds
Do
before you
we
attack.
get to do anything else into this second? Like, you know, the stuff they are not doing the switching out. They are ready to just keep it rolling with this kind of composition. I am Steve. While he does some amazing DPS, you know, I feel like this current DPS is not really enough for the side to completely finish it. For QT, you know, they did a little bit of a switch and it has worked out in space. Do we see this completely rolling by QT? That's going to be my question. But in the meantime, you know, who will take map number 1 will dictate how the round number 2 is going to go.
Completely agree, Mr. Amp. See what they are going to be able to deliver through this one. Which direction they are seeking to go. Hold it back for the moment. Amazon and Co. And their best to keep the flow going in this one now. Mission area gets the unlock. 2 seconds to go, and here we are. It's time. Big choke slam coming through, and they will find Frost. So Donuts and Jay, good to work together on that one. Psionic Seduction going to be coming out onto the mission area as well, trying to see if they can capture anyone else through this one. But it's time to pump up the volume.
Oh boy, that's a bit of an issue. QT from the group, and they are going to be fine. They even have a little bit of a stack to work through. And so, yeah, they won't really try to fish anything just yet because they know they can rely on Omni-Man just in case. And Scamazon holding on to the Ensign Inferno can also just do a ton of damage. Play as a keep out. In the meantime, you know, this is going to be the choke point that they are going to be holding, you know, that's not too overly worried. They have the 3 ready to go, but I believe there is going to be the living cheer looking at the back line. And look at this, QT is just diving in with Omni-Man. He says, have a look at my fist, I'm ready to keep on playing, and it's not going to be too much of a problem for us, which is going to be used as a it's going to be the biggest thing here. Do we get it? Here comes the Inside Inferno. There's 2 kills already. And that is going to be what you want on the start of QT.
Absolutely, going to be what you want on their side there. Looking to really make big statements here. Looking to make huge waves. And very keen to see if they can make a few more of those as jump deeper into this journey. Looking to give it their best. But QUT doing a good job maintaining their control over the mission area for the moment. Control is being stolen back by UNSW though. Good contest going out from QUT there. But here it comes. Got a Mischief is out. Eternal Bond online here. Looking to see if they can get more from it. They found I Am Steve and they're looking to see if they can heave through more. Invisible Boundary is good to keep them online for UNSW as well. But there's so much work to be done. And they have not so much time to do it.
Yeah, well, that's, you know, one of those really good openings that you really want. It's still not enough. You can see just how much DPS does pull down into here. While they are still looking at primary targets like Scamazon, you know, the rest has to feel like they have to dedicate this. So here comes the aim of the Ensign Inferno. Looking at the back, looking at Runk first. And I believe he got nothing out of it, but Steve is just gone. Here comes the, yeah, okay, a little bit of a dunk here. Doesn't really get enough. But what is this called? No researchers for the contest. 99% to 0% right now. They have to do so much. As Scamazon gets picked up, which is great. But then, you know, Juicy's still alive. He has his own. Looking at it. Look at the pack line. Ozzy is gone. Doesn't really get anything else out of it. He's going to get taken out eventually. And maybe we'll just get a contest here as UNSW finally finding that foothold.
you know, it's going to be good timing when it comes at the very last second there, but it's going to be very hard work ahead of UNSW here if they want to maintain their stance, maintain their hold over the mission area. And the thing is, they don't have any ults up well right now, but they are getting pretty close to Supernova, to be fair. They are looking to lock it down right now, though. Living Chi coming online, time to seduction. Supernova shut down just as quick as it began there. Juicy, good to get that one, and looking for another. Almost shutting down. You're in the one there, but Living Chi is still looking to heave through by the Lick. Lick is in trouble, but they're now focused on the forward side of things. The Vanguards, OZ's down. You're in the one is down. All the powers are coming through for UNSW. And it's working out magnificently for QUT. You're in the one. Surely. Portal. No! Portal! Runk tries Jeff time. But it's too little too late. And that's map 1 locked in for QUT.
Oh boy. Oh boy, boy, boy. They have solved the problem. And they say, well, you do have a little bit of a, Jeff into the play. Say hello to Omni-Man. This man solidly carried with that Wolverine, and then, oh my god, look at that animation. I love Iron Fist. The more you put Iron Fist out, the more amazing he becomes, and that's gonna be map number 1 going to the side of QUT. And I believe on the side of UNSW, they are gonna switch up into it. How do we switch into it? That's gonna be the next thing. Do we see a little bit more of an Iron Fist mirror? Do we get to see a little bit more of a traditional consistent DPS? That's going to be the next question coming in from UNSW. Meanwhile, if you're QUT, you're in a prime spot to be locking it in. If they do beat UNSW in a 2-0 fashion, man, oh man, are we going to see a little bit of a flip onto the tables?
Oh yeah. It's going to be a flipped all-round amp, tablecloth and all. It's going to be flipped everywhere. So we've got to be careful how they approach this one. But we'll see what the response is going to be from UNSW. They looked composed in the beginning, but then QUT managed to dismantle them piece by piece. So definitely a very powerful approach coming through there. And I'm keen to see what things look like heading into our next map, which is going to be the Empire of Eternal Night. It's Midtown coming at you for our convoy section. We're going to be pushing Herbie, pushing the mission vehicle all the way through to the end there. So get keener for that one, everybody. Midtown is going to be the place to be, and definitely does have a plethora of opportunities there. I think there's good potential for a lot of the star picks, which you could see from some of our favorite heroes here. So eager to see what gets let through the draft this time, I suppose.
Yeah, I have to say, there was some wild picks here and there, but it wasn't as wild as I thought. But it's delivering. In the whole match tonight is delivering all cylinders. And what a better way to close up the night between our top 2 contenders here. Do we get to see more of Scamazon? Yeah, let's hope so.
Yes.
Do we get to see more of Omni-Man? Now that one, fingers crossed. Absolute fan, doing fantastical amount of work. And the man is just miracles all around. I feel like that's going to be something that UNSW going to have to think a little bit more harder about. There's not enough in the tank onto the first map where they were flying onto the first round, but second and third, it felt like they lost steam quite often, and that there was not enough consistencies into the DPS that really put the threat back into QUT.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, Amp. I think that the owners definitely needed to be put back on them in that instance, and it's tough to see how things played out there. But speaking of playing out, we're seeing a Luna played out of the match. So goodbye to the fate of both worlds there, and hello to whatever comes next. So going to see the Protect coming on to the Cloak and Dagger for QUT this time, and a ban will follow from UNSW. So Loki is off the board.
Well, there is that when it comes down to it. This is going to be completely aimed at the backline, the strategists being protected and ban away. You know, like, what do? You know, this situation calls for it. And, you know, once again, you know, both sides has like a dagger. This could be a reverse ban, also the Loki. Could be Ultron, could be... Oh, it's a Mantis instead. Alright, so, you know, they say we can play into Loki, then, you know, you don't get to play Mantis. What are you going to be doing? If they're going to handshake onto it, I'm not going to be too worried about it as well, because we don't really see anything just yet. Oh! There is going to be the Loki agreement, but it's a Black Panther once again being completely bent out. They don't want to be facing it, and I can appreciate it.
Yeah, I can appreciate it as well. You know, I think that definitely going to be a highly contested ban there, and personally would not want to see some players play the BP. I think that has a bit too much power for what needs to be unveiled here. So will be locked away, and just like the Human Torch is now locked away as well. So QUT really advancing forward with a lot of grace here. You know, they're finding a lot of good potential coming out of some of the picks and bans they're managing to initiate and disengage here. So Magneto, just standard protect coming through onto that one, and Ultron is being hovered, maybe could be locked out. There it is. So we will not be seeing Ultron, bringing the Rage of Ultron into this one today, but we are seeing is the Attack of the Clones team up coming out from Juicy and Donners. Nope, not going to happen. They've switched off the mag, so it's going to be the Fantastic Four team up from Invisible Woman and the Human. And Omni-Man is bringing out the Iron Fist once again. It's a Night of the Iron Fist, and it's out in waves.
Yep. This is going to be one of those things that we're going to have to be seeing. One smart thing about the ban is that, you know, there's not going to be any boosted Ultron, right? Yes, you're allowed to play it, but then you don't get to play it at the speed that we want to play, or even the power, right? Because it's just one of those picks that can do way too much damage. In the meantime, like, I can fully respect it. Like, I've not seen this map in such a long time. Like, it's just completely different. On the side of QT, I do like it. The mobility is definitely there. Omni-Man can offer a whole ton of it. With Scamazon, definitely can be looking to map around. Juicy onto the side to offer the consistency. And Donis is going to be the only one that's going to be looking to be fully tanking this one up. Meanwhile, as we look at the stop here, it's just instantly they're running free and free. They know what they are happy to be playing into it. They're going to delay as much as they can into it while building. But then, you know, how do you keep up with a consistent DPS here? That's going to be the next question, because you do have really good mobility. Omni-Man immediately changes, recognizing the pattern, and goes, well, say hello to my Moon Knight.
That's for sure. Say hello, maybe say goodbye to the Hand of Khonshu. Supernova coming out as well. Omni-Man and Juicy combining to deliver hell on to the server here. Big damage coming down onto Yuang the Wand there. Still going to be alive, but not for long. Will be KO'd out. So, big impact coming out from Omni-Man and Juicy here to instill great levels of fear into their opponents. They've switched out to the Iron Fist as well.
All right, I mean, we're going to get a portal into the back. Oh my god! Juicy, he's going to get sacrificed for a leak, and at the same time, you know, they're looking for Scamazon. But that's just the majority of the play from Unit Asabi. They say, no problem, we lose a little bit out in the beginning. We still have a lot more to the tank. AEST, Rexing onto the side, finding Aussie, and they are looking to try to maybe shut this one out. And by QT, they haven't really lost steam into this one, you know, they're very close to the spawn. So while there is a portal to really push them back and find some good KOs, it's not enough to really do this push. You said they might have delayed the inevitable by like maybe 5 seconds, and the rest of QT, they were more than prepared for such situations.
Yeah, very well versed, very well prepared. Wakamoto coming around the back though. Big stun coming through there. Jay goes down. Everybody's going down. This is exactly what UNSW needed. A clean sweep, and they will take control over the mission vehicle.
Alright, I mean, that is a much better solution coming through. They are ready to just keep on going. QT probably a little bit taken back by the way that was played out, so probably stunned a ton a little bit. So first point, not really pushed in just yet, and there's only a 1 minute and a half left, and they have to immediately find some form of a response coming in. They do have the ults ready to go as well, but you know the W is more than ready. Here comes Supernova at the back. Tenobon immediately thrown out, and they are gonna also get the boundary out. Just looking to get the maximum amount of DPS, trying to get this through. But that's not enough. And so Inferno infested another boundary onto the side, and they are looking. Frost and Aussie. They find one edge, and here comes the dump. Do we see it? It's going to be blocked, so no value being given. In the side of and SW, losing another little bit into this exchange, and that's going to give QT the room to move forward.
That's it. Gonna have to move it forward to see if they can shove things back. Ooh, Rage of Ultron coming online from Ozzy here, trying to see if they can keep it cozy over the mission vehicle, and that they will. Donnas goes down, bringing up damage downtown as well, trying to see if they are going to be able to capture anything else through on this one. But QUT, they are being held back so well by UNSW right now. They have no way in against this triple Vanguard, triple strategist setup.
Things are starting to look a little bit more worse on the side of QT. Here comes Freedom Charge. The AGON jumps straight up. They're going to find Amazon and Tay. Both sides. Oh, it's just a complete massacre where Frost is just running the show here with this cap. Says, if you are going to be the only one tanking here, I'm going to be doing as much as I can. And you can just see Only Man trying to abduct. And wow, we have not seen one of those in a very, very long time. Not even capturing that first point. It's going to severely hurt the chances of QUT. Now, is this the right response? 3 and 3? You know, when it comes down to Convoy? That's going to be the next question. Or will it be the same thing for UNSW, where they're going to be beating the 3 and 3 and they can't really break out? But I highly doubt the same situation where QT relies heavily on just the Emma, and that front line gets melted and then the rest gets melted as well. UNSW probably won't be doing the same thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine they would be looking to do the same thing there, but we'll see. We'll see what they are going to be able to lock it down into this one here. As we get everyone set up to go in a second here. There we go. Portion of the Attack of the Clones setup coming at you again. Dwayne the One, Frost, locked in, ready to go. I got the cap online for Frost this time, and still donning the triple strategist there, but this time they do have Phoenix instead of running the triple Vanguard here. And Frost is actually looking to play Wolverine as opposed to one of the other Vanguards, and you know what? It does make sense to an extent, because they can play into that team up there, but no, it looks like they're switching it out. I Am Steve's going on the Groot to nullify lines of sight there. Frost will play on Duelist on the Wolverine. Okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing, but I'm curious how it goes in practice. And QUT, they're looking to lock in as well. Triple strategists, things are looking solid for them. See how it fares in reality.
Yeah, this is... I'm struggling to find the right words for it, but in the meantime, Bonus is going to get taken down. And Aussie is all too familiar with this thing. It's like that consistent DPS is going to continuously run. Scammers are going to taken out as well. Look at how fast Frost is at. He's going to get picked apart here. Has to quickly right-click into the lead, back into it. And, you know, there's nothing you can do. Like, this turret, it's going to be sitting, it's going to be beaming this one down. That front line, yeah, that torch is going to be full focus up. They are just looking to maybe get a little bit more going. But I feel like they've lost way too much, a little bit too early, with nothing to show for. And this second map is pretty much over. I'm not sure what the thought process was here, but I guess UNSW, they are going to have a quick round.
Yeah, I think that was a clean, quick change up. Like, clearly, whatever they were doing in map number 1, you know, they realized they have to lock in, and Runk, you know, not playing the Jeff anymore, switching it up, doesn't find the impact on to the Cloak and Dagger there. So, interesting to see the change-ups. The triple Vanguard, triple Strategist lineup definitely helped on their defense as well. And, you know, we didn't see that kind of emulated from QUT there. So, yeah, they suffer the consequences. And that's going to be how map 2 wraps up. But that means, Emp, we are going to be pacing our way over towards a final map. What will that map be? Who knows? That's going to be tested by both our rosters momentarily, isn't it? And definitely excited to find out what it could be. You know, I think we got potential. I'm hopeful, on a personal note, that it's a Hall of Dajalia, but could be anything. We'll find out soon.
Yeah, could just be anything. I think I'm not sure what happened on that map, where we sort of saw that QT had the right answers in the beginning when they were doing the attacking phase, but then right afterwards it was kind of just continuously fell off, where there was not enough in the tank where they can be looking to maybe push the issue. And don't get me started when it comes down to the defense. I was sort of like evaluating on what you're supposed to be. You know, the composition was just not really there. It just felt like that there was no consistency. They were looking to perhaps get an on bunch and just have solo fights here and there. But like, against UNSW, they were more than prepared to keep it running, to keep the consistency that was just run and gun. The Punisher, in the beginning, as soon as he got set up, he was just ready to continuously pump. I don't know. It made me think a little bit more differently. So let's see what's going to be the change up.
Well, the change-up right now is that we're going to the Hall of Dajalia, so I guess, you know, good things come true. Good guess. So great to see that our Hall of Dajalia is going to be our Convergence map coming in for the third and a final map of this endeavor here, and I'm very excited to see what the draft phase looks like this time. You know, whether we do see some entire changes, whether there's going to be more different diverse bands coming through, picks for that matter. You know, I think that there's definitely things they need to take into consideration. What do they let stay and what do they let go, as we are now jumping in to the band phase, and here we go.
Okay. I mean, I feel like we should just strike out all the strategists, because you know, it's not going to be that much of a full focus, and then maybe we'll see a Black Panther being banned out as well. But in the meantime, both sides says no to the Luna. Cloak and Dagger is pretty much standard. This could be the Mantis, could be the Loki, could be the Ultra, but no, it's going to be the Loki. That means they can have access to it to protect themselves with the Loki. But it's going to be the Cloak and Dagger. They both pretty much shake upon that the strategist is still too much of an issue, where they don't want to have extension to the fights. Having an Ultron ban here is actually quite sick coming into it. I feel like if UNSW does respond in kind, it has to be the BP. Yeah, that's exactly how it's going to be. The mirror is there. Low-key following to the ban. I guess we're sticking to our guns.
Yes, we are. Sticking to our guns, and see what else is going to be chopped out of this one. Next ban online. Are we going to see a Torch banned out at all? Will we see a Vanguard banned out at all? Ooh, here we go. Torch is gone. So, a lot of focus around the Vanguards once again. You know, I feel like it's almost a mirror every single map of the bans that we've seen before and after. Maybe it's a game of spot the difference. Who knows, Em? But we are going to see Ultron locked in for QUT there. So, good to see that a strategist is unlocked, but Mantis is going to be locked out. So, now both teams have to play around their limited options and give it their absolute best.
They're going to have to try and, you know, edge out the difference here, because obviously, you know, it's the first place versus the second place. If UNSW win here, you know, they're absolutely, undisputed. They are gonna remain on top, undefeated. But QT, you know, if any team is gonna be able to defeat UNSW and put them into a rough place, you know, QT definitely has the ability to go for it in a map that's so open like this. You know, with all the tanks in the world that you can definitely play into. It's something that you can just marvel at because it's just so open. QT, meanwhile, I don't feel like this is going to be the final one. Scamazon is probably going to be switching off right after, so the packs are going to be here provided for the rest of his team. SW though, here we go. The Hulk and the Namor team up is going to be alive. And the DPS side is going to be just fine, I believe, because Frost played so many dive champions. I don't think it's going to be an issue. But in the meantime, we will see what's going to be the full play, as Aussie is going to be on the Star-Lord, providing a little bit more of a DPS to have that freedom to move around, because they are predicting QT to have more into the air and to maybe hunt him down instead. So here comes the push. Let's see if he's going to be the one they're looking for.
Well, we'll see. It's already going to have a difficult time pushing into it. They have the Gamma Squid team up coming out from Frost and I Am Steve there. So there's already going to be big firepower that QUT have to deal with trying to get onto the mission area, let alone navigate around it. But we'll see how that does progress for them now as Ozzy's down. Donna's looking for more. Will be blinded by Rexy there. So good use over the Cloak and Dagger to give even more power into this one. Donners still sticking it out up front there, has their team in the back line, but here's the Rage of Ultron coming out just as their teammates go down. They're trying to see if they can get a shutdown onto the opposing strategist there. Invisible Boundary comes out, so they have baited Strategist Ult for Strategist Ult into this one, and the damage is now looking to pump through as well. Yeah, their best. Look at that. The Squid are definitely helping out already, so good impact coming out there for UNSW side, and they're looking to keep up this momentum and keep the things rolling.
I actually think that combination with the Star-Lord, it's actually working out really well, because while you do have the enraged Squid that's going to be just continuously beaming down at your DPS, it's not enough to finish, but then when you add a Star-Lord to the mix, that's definitely something that you can be playing around with. Meanwhile, so he's going to be the one that's going to be invested. Trying to just find this one. Here comes BRM as well. Looking at the back line. Doesn't find the full back. They have to put a lot of third phase down. He's going to be missing here. But in the meantime, it's going to be sacrificed as Galactic Legend is here looking to maybe finish up a beacon. And yeah, not too much to be saying, but here comes Ray from Ultron. And I believe that's going to be also thwarted. The rest is just looking at the scores. Everything is being brought, and Frost says, no, you do not get to fly.
Yeah, Frost just lapped them out of the sky there like a fly swatter, and it's looking to do the same. My goodness, they're trying to hunt down the torch. It's just the Fist of Fury. My word, I cannot believe what I'm seeing. But they are going to continue to keep things aggressive, keep things powered up in the front line here. They do not want QUT to get any semblance of control over the mission area right now. We'll see if they can keep this up. UN1 does have Meteor Amp available if it should be required, and already they've taken down Juicy. That's a high impact KO onto the duelist there, and they're looking to see if they can stall through more. They will find Donners staggering out these KOs one after the other. We'll see if they can capture any more here. But the retreat is in order. My word, the commitment for that KO was just huge.
Yeah, I think QT at this side is going to have to start considering a portal play. Juicy's already switched onto it, so that could be the final decision. Immediately staring at a portal here. Looking at maximum DPS, also is going to quickly fly off. UN1 is just looking to maybe cut off the front line. And they are going to be doing a nice job of it. This key, Rachel Boston to start, Meter Ammo to start with a cloak. And that is going to be an overkill coming in, but 4 KOs immediately come out. And there is going to be the Galactic Legend. Hey, look, this is time that's going to be running out. There's not going to be any more coming through unless anyone's going to throw it straight up. Yeah, just immediately shut down. That is a huge defense coming in, where QT doesn't get any little bit of a place, and UNSW only have to tap pretty much just 2, so could be very easy victory here.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more there, Amp. I think There's going to be a grand path to victory here. You know, UNSW bolstered their defenses and they reap the benefits. They don't have to push all that far. All they have to do is just take control of the initial mission area, and then the game, the series for that matter, would be theirs. So eager to see how things flare up as we are going to be getting into the next portion. It's time for the team ups to come into action here. The teams to spur into action as we prepare for the next battle ahead of us, Imp. And I am just bursting with excitement of what is going to be on the other side of this.
Oh boy. Do we get to see a little bit more coming out? I'm not sure, but we definitely need QT to wake up right now, show us exactly what it means to be challenging UNSW and, you know, taking a little bit more challenge into it. Right now, in a bit of a pickle, where they haven't really thought too much to be changing. You know, we do have the Phoenix, we do have the Wolverine, looking to primarily take down that front line. If they can take that front line completely, that's going to be just fine. We'll see what this initial choke is going to be, but look how annoying Frost is going to be. He's just going to keep on jumping in and out. He's going to immediately make sure that they go back, and the rest of the squad of UNSW, they make it from the sideline. They say, all right, let's play from here. Already doing heaps of DPS into the back line. And that could be a little bit of an issue where they are being diverted. And this DPS is free hitting from the high ground.
That's it, getting a lot of power through there from the high ground. Looking to see if they can have high momentum into this one. A big damage coming over the top there as well. They are just trying to pump their objective through. Ooh, big damage though. Does allow them to catch Omni-Man. Here we go, Frost. Gonna be in into the Hulk form now, looking to jump straight into the enemy's backline here. Big burst over the top as well. Big trouble. Trying to see if they can catch the Phoenix. Gamazon being hard targeted. OC is going to be on the receiving end of that KO though. So could be a ways into this one. A big contest still coming over the top. Yeah, IMC trying their best to heave those squares onto the mission area. Give it their absolute best. Horn of Proteus available as well. Here we go. Maybe more. Not going to happen today. Meteor M online. Yeah. Doesn't get anything. So the squids now looking to give damage from above. Here comes more. And Zog Inferno. Scamazon gets the double down.
Oh, that was huge. And the boundary also invested for no reason here. That's gonna sort of hurt UNSW's chances. Meanwhile, you know, that's a response that we were looking for from UNSW. They do hold nice and easy, and they are gonna make it a little bit more harder. Wow, a little bit more stagger KO also does come out, and they know there is trouble to be had. UNSW victory is in sight, but they are not finding it. And that could be the problem. Meanwhile, they are going to wait for a full charge out. The ult is going to be just fine for Aussie as well. And Steve immediately onto the Punisher. They say, all right, you know, we're going to have to say no to the team up. Let's quickly change a few things up. We are going to be looking to get through this. There's not going to be any portals as well, as Omni-Man has channeled that one in. In the meantime, it's time for those ults. Where are we going to go with it?
Oh, looks like they're going straight to the back line. Ayavagamoto comes out from Omni-Man though. Yuang the One going to be in a lot of trouble. Big damage over the top here. They do find the trade back on Omni-Man. They've got a bit more power online as well. OZ Galactic Legend can be activated here if they choose to. We'll see what they are going to be able to figure out here. Frost prepared, ready to go at a moment's notice as well. Just needs their team to be there with them before they deliver anything. But Final Judgment is the one I've got my eye on into this potential fight here, and I feel like that could be the huge difference maker.
Yeah, they are looking to quickly push this one now, buying a little bit more room. Here comes the Final Bomb, here comes Final Judgment, and they are going to be investing everything they can. But Tuesday, it's a huge triple kill, and then looking to do a little bit more. They are looking to just completely shut this one down. Meanwhile, UNSW, they are going to get a little bit of reduction on Omni-Man, but that's not going to be enough as they are being wiped around. And look at this, he went the one, he's not even going to get KO'd. They are going to stagger him. With 27 seconds left onto the clock, here comes the bottom play. It has to be the one to completely make or break this.
Absolutely, it's make or break. It's now or never for them. They're going to have to get their portal through, see if they can deliver some kind of more damage. And here we go, they're straight onto the mission area to have ultimates available. But So to their enemies, Eternal Bond is online here. See if they are going to be able to hold on to this one. Playing around the portal for shielding, as a matter of fact, but it's only going to work out for so long. Big damage. Oh my gosh, Dornus has already gone down there. They're trying to shut down the Eternal Bond. Boom! Downtown. It doesn't get it. Still going to be online. Omni-Man in a bit of trouble. He's going to be shut down on the Iron Fist now. Looking to get Drake out on the Eye of Steam. Looking to see if they can eat their way over the top as well. And they are locking it down. Agamotto delivers the blow to end it all here, and it will be a portal, a way back in. Oh my goodness, QUT, it's not over till it's over. The Galactic Legend is offline, the damage is online. Omni-Man is holding on for dear life. Somebody has to take control of this fight.
Oh my god, Omni-Man also gets the KO. Oh my, hang on a second. Jay didn't make it through to the portal. Here comes Meteor AM. I think that's going to be just right as well. They are going to be aiming for this. Here comes the Eternal Bond. They're going to find Omni-Man. Ross is still alive, and Ronk is going to run it, and they are going to find 3 KOs. And Steve is just going to celebrate, pop this one off. And oh my god, when I thought it was going to be an easy victory, it was not. QT definitely showed up to defend, but UNSW, they are going to clutch it up in the final moment, and they are going to take the overall victory.
Wow. Incredible result coming through there. You know, they definitely looked more mortal coming into that series, Amp, and UUT took it to them. It was a hard-fought endeavor, but UNSW are the ones to prevail at the other side. So, incredible result, incredible standing coming through from their team there, and I just can't believe what they've been able to achieve together.
Oh yeah, that was huge coming in. I actually didn't think we were gonna get that hard into the final map, but you know, we got them, right? We had the perfect surprise coming right out of the gates. The full team up with the Gamma Squid, with the Star-Lord offering so much DPS. The defense was just amazing. And then right after that, we had the turn from QUT as well. Didn't do too bad. And then, you know, did as much as they could, but in the end, it just was not enough. Very, very close down to the wire, which is why these two teams are number 1 and 2. But I believe, I don't know if this is going to change things up, and I know that we're going to get the final table to tell us exactly what's been happening. But UNSW, undisputed, undefeated current competitors of this Elite Series.
Absolutely, Amp. You know, they've managed to really compose themselves. Sure, they can lose a map, but they haven't lost a series as yet. You know, it really goes to show they're putting the hard yards in, giving their absolute best to this, and it's working out. You know, the hard work is paying off here. They're really able to gear up and to give it the best that they possibly can. So I've been very impressed with how they managed to compose themselves there. QUT, they got to give themselves a pat on the back as well there, man. Like, they really managed to get close to their opponents in this one. It was a very hard battle, but ultimately UNSW do manage to pull through in the end there.
Yeah, it's just good work all around. Nothing to be scoffed at. You know, where we did see map number 1, UNSW, they take out the first little bit of a round, and then QT strike right back, and they said, you know, we're here to compete, we'll punish whatever you have, and they adapted really well. You know, key shout outs to Omni-Man and Scamazon for really just putting on a show, and then they were pretty much competing, but then, you know, the whole time after that, round number 2, map number 2 was a little bit of a disaster. And then you ended just a little bit too quick, and then there was no time to adjust into any mental mortality when it comes down to it. The fortitude was definitely lost onto their side, and then map number 3, you felt like, you know, they had a little bit of resurgence onto the defense. Yeah, when we say defense, we should just clip the whole fight, you know, one after another. There was just so much stuff where you can see the clarity, where both sides knows exactly how they're going to be attacking and how to defend. And I was just severely impressed by just how well they managed.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there, Amp. You know, I was really impressed with how well they managed to keep themselves composed, how well they managed to just stay on top of things pretty much the whole way through there. You know, they definitely took control, took their marks onto it, and managed to reap the rewards there. So solid foundations in through to a solid series, and very excited to see what the rest of the season looks like as well. You know, we're slowly but certainly carving our way through the weeks here, and you know, we're getting closer and closer towards our potential finals. You know, so definitely got a lot to work your way towards and a lot to play for at this stage. And I'm curious to see how things develop and what might happen the next time these two teams face each other. You know, will it go the same way, or will QUT be able to steal it away next time?
Yeah, there's not many left, right? Because as soon as we thought, you know, we're still pretty much contending, guess what? You know, the games are slowly starting to finish, and yeah, they're gonna have to start, you know, closing out the gaps right now.
That's it. Gonna have to close the gaps, but you know what? We are gonna be getting straight on to an interview. Welcome in, OC.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Sure can. So,
Remember me?
oh, I do. It's been so long.
It's been a while, yeah. I made a name change. A little bit.
Yeah, just a little
How you
bit. No, doing great, and yeah, definitely appreciate you coming on board with us tonight. But first and foremost, I want to say a big congrats to you and the team for taking away that series. You know, I feel like that was a real test to you guys, and you managed to pull through in the end. So definitely a big props to you. But I guess into that series, what do you feel was the biggest mistake that you guys might have made that took it as far as you did? Like, do you think maybe it was the Jeff in map 1, or what was going on there?
Well, I feel like we had the same problem as last term, which is we are switching comps due to some restrictions, I suppose. So we're switching our teammates up, and we're just not used to the comp we're playing, I'm assuming. Because we had like 3 new players, I suppose. Well, not I mean, rotating around, and it's just yeah, like right. I've been put to support, and I wasn't expecting to play support today, and I'm just having like a headache on it because I was like, damn, I performed really badly. I used to play a lot of support, and I'm like, damn, I've fallen, so I'm so washed right now. I feel so washed.
Well, hey, look, you know, that's all good. You guys still perform really well.
Yeah, we managed
do
to
you
pull through somehow.
Yeah. Do you feel like, you know, now that, you know, we're 5 weeks in, you guys have edged out undefeated, is that going to continue on this same momentum? Like, is that the same thought for the rest of the team?
Yeah, I think we can manage to pull out something. So I doubt there's gonna be any big problem this term. Hopefully, cross fingers. Um, we gotta try playing more variety of comp, I suppose, especially now that the support is been banned in majority of the thing. We have to like try switching up a lot of stuff. Like you see how Luna is always banned, Cloak's always banned, Loki's always banned. Those main support are really important, and just it just feels weird to play without them, I suppose. So we gotta try adapting to that. It'll be are to succeed to adapt to that. I think it'll be. I wouldn't want to be arrogant and say a breeze for us, but I think it would be a breeze for us. Yeah.
Confidence is a key, and we love to hear it. But I guess, you know, speaking on changes and stuff, heading towards the end of season 3 and into season 4 of Marvel Rivals, what would you like to see changed in the next season?
Oh, I would love more support and more tanks options, honestly. Like, damn, I've been playing against these, like, 8 to the 9 tank and support for the entire, like, how many months was it? Like, half a year? Like, it's been so long, and I just haven't been playing that much of the game, to be honest. And I don't know. Yeah.
No, fair enough. I think your sentiment is shared with a lot of the player base there. So keen to see what season 4 looks like when it does become available next week or something, I think. So very keen for that. But Yeah, great to hear your insights there, Ozzy. It's been a pleasure to have you on board again. Definitely big congrats to you and the team for taking away the victory again tonight. And yeah, hope to hear from you again coming into the next one.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All good. Great to get players on board for their insights as always. There, Emp. It's always good to hear what they're thinking about, how they're going with their games, and all of that good stuff. Always good to check in and check how things are going.
Yep, absolutely. I think, without a doubt, it's good to have an interview with all different kind of members from every team, and get to really see how the team came together and what inspires them to play, on their current position or their team synergy or what kind of mental capacity they're at. And it's also good, to find out how do they feel about the current state of games, right? It's like, yes, we play against the same thing here and there, but like, can we get a little bit more of a change? That's always something that we're looking at.
That's right. And speaking of changes, let's see what the results of today ended up being here. We have Macquarie taking away their first series there, 2-0 against Deakin. A more close affair between Monash and UTS, 2-1 in Monash's favour, 2-0 favouring RMIT in their affair against Swinburne there. And to close things out, the nail-biter of a series between UNSW and QUT, with UNSW holding strong and maintaining their undefeated streak.
Yeah, and look at that table right there. Position has been switched a little bit. UNSW, #1, undefeated. And then with RMIT overtaking QUT right now. And that's something to be gloriously looked at. So RMIT definitely feeling good about that themselves. QUT is still not final days just yet. They're still a very strong and competent team. And they are going to be tied up also with UTS. So 4 teams in that effect. 3-2. They're all showing different kind of results. Monash, obviously, we saw them play earlier today. They are still trying to put together a little bit more. But then looking at 6, 7, 8. Macquarie, 2-3. 1-4 on Swinburne. And the heartbreak on Deakin right now. Things can still change up a little bit more. But they got to do it really quick because weeks are running out.
That's right. Weeks are running out. We're getting closer and closer towards the end of season as these weeks progress. And I'm sure the players are very aware of that and have to give it their absolute best. Just like our sponsors. A big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. And let's take a look at our other favorite sponsor. It's
Indomie, the noodle partner made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au.
That's the one, and big shout out to AGON by AOC and Indomie. We appreciate all their support. Definitely check them out. But speaking of checking things out, make sure you check out AU Esports League on all of your socials there, be it X, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, you name it. We are on it. Make sure you check out the AEL. We have got a lot of highlights on offer, so make sure you look into all that. And speaking of things on offer, make sure you check out High School Marvel Rivals. It's going to be happening later on in the week on Saturday. Make sure you check that one out as well to see our budding talent who could be the next generation of the Elite Series players. Who knows? But definitely keen to see what the next week of the Elite Series looks like for us here. And we will be back same time, same place next week with more spicy action. Will UNSW finally meet their match and be defeated next week? We'll find out in the next one.